Hello and welcome to Qubes OS Summit 2023. It's 5th Qubes Summit. My name is Piotr Król. I'm founder of 3MDev, and with me is Marek.
Yeah, hello, welcome to the Qubes Summit, and my name is Marek. I'm from Qubes OS, I guess.
Okay.
Yep.
So let me go through some information for you. So we have a 3-day event from today, 6th October to 8th of October to Sunday in Social Hub Berlin. We also streaming on YouTube. First of all, I would like to give round of applause for our sponsors, Freedom of Press Foundation and Malvat VPN. Those are our gold sponsors. And also, I would like to thank Nova Custom and NitroKey for being our silver partners or silver sponsors. So without them, this event probably would not be possible or would be way more expensive for us. Of course, I would like to thank also organizers, especially Invisible Things Lab for the logistic support and preparing the whole event, CFP and all stuff related, and for being here, as well as 3MDev employees for helping setting up everything and holding the audio, video, streaming, and all that stuff. Thank you very much. Okay, so Marek asked me before presentation, what is this? So this is set of Qubes OS logos from the past. So we started the event in 2019, if I recall correctly.
Yeah, I think so.
It was like very informal. Marek came to us. I'm repeating this story all the time. So Marek came to 3MDev, to Gdańsk, to the office. To perform a training about kernel drivers, I guess.
Yeah, I think so. It was, and the idea for Qubes Summit came from Piotr. It was very spontaneous.
Yeah.
But it was very interesting idea, and here we are.
So we were very surprised because like we didn't know who will be the trainer for this Linux drivers course. But it was like Marek. I was like, wow, this very important person. I know him. I know who he is. He's a very important person. So we have to do something with that. We have to extract some value from that. so we decided to create event. Quickly prepared some presentations, discuss about topics what can be interesting, and we started that way. Qubes OS Summit. First, it was just us, like you and 3MDev people.
Yeah, I think like 5 people in total or something like that.
Yes,
maybe 4.
Yes. The presentation were not recorded, but PDFs can be still found somewhere in the network. And then we started to grow with the event. I guess like right now we have. We expect to have physically around up to 40 people, and virtually there are like 100 tickets sold, something like that. So the event definitely growing. In comparison, we have better space right now, better location, better organization of the audiovisual stuff. So I'm very happy that we can move that forward, and I hope this is not the last one.
Hopefully.
Yeah. So I would like to talk a little bit about the accomplishments, what we were able to do. Like we're meeting each other, we're spending this time, we're spending these resources. Okay, but what we accomplished really, So last year I defined some goals, some visions, some challenges, and would like to recap that today a little bit. So first is definitely we kind of have 100% growth in the Qubes OS certified hardware, so which is like huge accomplishment, I guess. We doubled this number since last year, so congratulations for everyone who contributed to that goal.
And there is still potential for more.
Yeah, and
there are some in progress.
Yeah. So I guess like almost we would have 7, almost. Yeah.
Almost.
But let's leave that number for the next year. It would be bigger thanks to that, because of course we have more ambitious goal for the next year. And luckily, all these 3 additional platforms which were added to the pool are with Dasharo open source firmware distribution, which is, as you know, something that 3MDev does to improve the trustworthiness of the computing devices in our ecosystem where we strive for privacy and security. The next thing I tried to look for something measurable. So I decided maybe like Qubes HCL is a place for looking some statistical numbers. I know that maybe this is like engineers always can argue about precision of the numbers, yeah. But we have to at least use something. Yeah? So I look at the Qubes OS HCL statistics since last Qubes OS Summit, and I see that around 138 platforms were added. Of course, this is not like unique targets because those can be multiple reports for. Yeah. But we are almost 1,000 HCL reports. So in theory, different configuration. Yeah. In practice,
different versions of different. Yeah.
Yeah. So there is some difference between all these 1,000 reported devices which work with Qubes, and we definitely need more because more supported hardware, more certified hardware, more likely bigger market share for us, bigger interest from the business, and of course like value redirection in our site, so we can have more money, more resources to develop better software, more private and secure software. About other stuff, I also talk about during the vision and challenges. I talk about hardware supported security, advanced security features, and I had dream about that, like what we can do, and this was dream, let's say, for until 2025, and luckily some things already happen. So one thing that I'm very proud of is the fact that the Dasharo Fidelis Guard, or MSI Z690, was noticed by Brian Delgado from Intel, from Intel Security Research, and he's doing stuff related with SMI transfer monitor. So like protection against like potentially malicious SMIs, and that's very interesting because if he would be able to enable that, then we will have like more features, more security features, and more trustworthy hardware. And the plan is that he will present that on the next Dasharo user group meeting in December. There is also need for SMI transfer monitor because of the DRTM and anti-evil mate. Because to really appreciate anti-evil mate and to have anti-evil mate on steroids, we need SMI transfer monitors also to control this potentially malicious SMIs. Then there was also a hope for the SafeBoot, which is Trammell Hudson project, unfortunately abandoned for, I guess, that's 2 years or something. But this project show how to simplify UEFI secure boot deployments configuration for the users. And luckily, we have also slot design session tomorrow about platform security features, where we want to discuss how to move that forward. We have like clear plan, I guess, like to some extent clear, but we want to discuss how to some extent clear. At least we have some projects which are associated with that, so we potentially have some budget which could be allocated to improve that part. I guess like we can talk how Qubes handle UEFI secure boot, but this would be also about Intel Boot Guard and about TPMs and about all the platform security that we can deliver. There was also discussion in between related to framework laptops about Intel Boot Guard shim, but unfortunately this is like, we think this is not feasible, because it would mean that this kind of Intel Boot Guard shim, just to explain for those who don't understand, Intel Boot Guard is a fusing feature which generally in the Intel chipsets which generally prevent deployment of open source firmware. Which means that then we cannot do Qubes OS certification because we don't have open source firmware, we don't have Qubes OS certification, yeah?
Well, ideally, a framework would use open source firmware,
yes,
if they would like to, but...
Yeah. So they struggle with that to some extent, but that's not the point. The idea was that Matthew Garrett provided idea of the shim. So something like shim for secure boot, that he developed just to overcome secure boot the key issues. So he wanted to do exactly the same for the Intel Boot Guard. So at a very early stage of the booting of the platform, we have thin layer, which gives us ability to deploy our own keys despite vendor keys are fused to the chipset. And then we can run our BIOS signed by us, signed by this key that we deploy. But that's not feasible because this would mean that every version of the Intel bootguard will, and there are multiple of those. Essentially, every microarchitecture have some version of Intel bootguard. That would mean every will need, and this would be in assembly, and it would be very custom, completely non-manageable stuff. And I don't think anyone will pursue that because that's simply not feasible. But we did something. In that area. There are some 3MDEP employees with the Nova Custom laptops. Those laptops are deployed with the Dasharo Enterprise, a kind of special version of Dasharo, which is for enterprise customers, and those are fused to 3MDEP keys. So if anyone would be interested, because like this procedure requires some tools which are not open, unfortunately, not yet open. I hope we can move that forward, but I guess this would be problematic. Like first of all, we have to obtain devices which are unfused, so that's discussion, for example, with Nova Custom or with other laptop provider or computer provider. But if someone at the enterprise level, at the business level, wants this kind of fusing to their company keys, that's possible. And that's possible with Dasharo Enterprise, and we would like to say that thanks to that, we can move this problem a little bit further. Maybe it's not ideal, but... So one more thing is, I look at the Qubes stats, how things changed since last year and maybe over the last couple of years. So last 2 years, essentially, Qubes gained like 60% because there is like 3 years ago, 2020, it was like 30,000, and we like reached almost 50,000, yeah? Or maybe reached already 50,000.
Yeah, I think this is more like 45, but...
Okay, sorry.
The scale is a bit confusing.
Okay, so let's say 45, it's 15,000, so it's essentially, over the last 3 years, it's 50% growth. So it's like, it's incredible. I'm very happy to see those numbers, and maybe Marek will tell a little bit more about that.
Yeah, so a bit more context here. So currently we see some increase in 4.2 users, and this is still a release candidate. And this is very interesting because we have more and more users who also are willing to test early releases, release candidates. In fact, the next release candidate is planned for the next week, and hopefully it will be the final one, and we will have stable release like in few weeks. We will see. Yeah, but this is very good news that we see those more users. We should work on also migrating. We still have quite a lot of users on still unsupported version.
There is R30 there even, like very small number.
Yeah, this is probably Googlebot.
Okay.
Yeah, but we have quite a lot of users still on 4.0, and this is something I think we should work on to have better experience with updates, with generally make it more seamless for the users to just use their system and not spend time on managing and configuring and stuff. I know some of the people here would very much prefer to tinker with their system, and this is fun. Yeah, I agree, this is fun, but yeah, I think
we have to reach bigger audience. Yeah?
Yes. Yeah. And if you look at the, some other talks on this summit and also on the previous summit, you will see some clear trend that we are focusing more and more on this, on some normal users who need convenient interfaces to use their system, and not just some cool backend features that you need to, I don't know,
use VI to the
use VI.
set or other like trickery of command line to change something.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, I think we are at the point where Qubes provides reasonable security, and we should focus to reach a broader audience, and hopefully this proves it kind of works, this approach.
I'm really happy to see that graph growing, and I'm kind of obligated to revise it and talk about it every conference, and I hope it will not drop. And that's the point of this conference, also to like make people know like there is Qubes OS, it gives you this value and that value, and if you want reasonable secure operating system, please go test it. If you like it, use it. Okay, last Qubes OS Summit we also discussed about like all this hardware certification of Qubes OS and what we should provide, what should be next generation of this hardware certification, what kind of features should be there. And of course, like the Sharo team listened that and kind of wanted to perform the best to deliver. And I guess this was even proof of concept already on the Qubes OS Summit hackathon. There was also USB proof of concept, but it bricked our machine. But you know, but that's happened when you develop firmware. Essentially, we delivered the enabling disable network stack during the boot process. If someone wants that, there are other. So there is also the feature of enabling disabling USB stack. If someone wants that, so you completely can disable USB stuff during the boot process. That's already available in the Sharo, and bunch of other features like locking the BIOS. So there is no ability, there is no way to write anything like SMM BIOS write protection. So also the same, like we cannot write our SPI flash. We cannot flash. We have to reboot, and we have to have unlocking this. Features to do an update. There was also a request about the early DMA protection. This was very fun because when we enabled this, it happened that many graphics cards like kind of do not respect DMA access kind of rules, and this happened to hang machines and like cause problems. But anyway. It's available. It doesn't work in all possible configuration because simply some vendors do not comply.
But there are quite a few configurations that are tested and proven to work, and they're usable. Yeah.
Yes, that's true. That's true. There is hardware compatibility list for the Sharo where we track the information about the GPU compatibility. And IOMMU is enabled when transfer control to OS. There is also additional option for that. And we added recently firmware update mode because people kind of complain like I have to go to BIOS, disable all these protections. This is like, and then I have to reboot to do the update, and then I have to go back and enable all the security options. This is like kind of cumbersome and like kind of problematic for many users. So we just created an option like you going to BIOS, you enter firmware update mode, it reboots. And doing the update automatically reboots, and essentially then you have all the options, security options enabled. The real solution should be UEFI capsule update, but UEFI capsule update is very UEFI related feature, and implementing that for core boot would be kind of problematic, I would say. So we will do that over time. We send some grants. We have some partners who wants to do that. Other accomplishments. Just shortly to say, like we progressing with Trench Boot as an anti-evil made solution for Qubes OS. So anti-evil made will eventually get back to Qubes OS in the most modern version possible, but it's going slow. Of course, we're facing many problems. Maciej will talk about that tomorrow in more details. I just want to thank Invisible Things Lab, and I think this is accomplishment of the Qubes OS Summit last year, that Invisible Things Lab, based on the proposal of 3M decided to sponsor phase 1 and phase 5. What does it mean? You can go to documentation, look what those phases define, and then the rest of the money came from the NLNet grant, so phase 2 and phase 4 was sponsored by that. We also were able, because I heard Demi saying about non-x86 architectures. Yes, we got you covered. We have a release of the Sharo Core Boot Plus heads for Talos 2. It's already, I guess, usable, despite Thierry, of course, can point to some bugs that he not really like, but we will fix that anyway. It's already usable. maybe we cannot yet run Qubes OS there because there is no Qubes OS port for power yet. But I know Timothy Pearsons from Raptor Engineering working on port and then kind of move forward.
Yeah,
I don't know how much time it will take.
It will take some more time, like
5 years.
maybe not 5. It's
Maybe
moving,
3.
It's moving fast, I
Yeah?
think. Yeah, but I think at least a year, probably more like 2 or 3. But it's moving fast. It's you know, it is possible to boot Zen on power already and get some boot message.
Oh, that's
Yeah,
great.
so
That's really great.
there is
Did you
CI.
try it that?
It works in CI.
Okay.
Under QEMU.
Whoa,
Yeah.
that's really great.
Yeah,
So there is
there is
also,
a progress,
there is
yeah.
also so that's not our kind of accomplishment, but ecosystem accomplishment, I would say. There is also Risk 5 going further and also faster than I would at least expect because there was performance problem with performing hardware. So we have to speed up a little bit. So I of course would like to talk about future, but it's hard to talk about future. I just left maybe some notes based on the current performance, I would say like this. So we doubled the number, so let's try to keep doubling the number. So the goal for the next year is 12 platforms supported, Qubes OS certified. I already think 3MDEP can deliver some. Together with Trenchboot with Evil Mailed, especially like the Optiplex, which is already enabled in Core Boot, but just needs some additional fancy stuff to make it feasible for like, you know, selling it and having some revenue from that. Lenovo M920Q, it's something that we're working on because it looks like it works quite good with TXT. There is also LibreBoot enabled the HP Compact Elite 8300. Those are old platforms, but on the other side, those are cheap platforms. So maybe we can, thanks to that, spread the use of certification wider.
And there are also a few other vendors selling laptops with Core Boot already. So there's some potential.
Yeah, I guess like we would like to do something with Qubes HCL, and hopefully we can do that by having this presentation and like trying people to test their hardware and report that. There are some challenges which are not yet addressed. And I hope with Trenchboot we can go back to the TCG reference integrity measurements and firmware integrity measurements. So those are those manifests, which kind of software bill of materials, which gives you hashes and signatures of like what's inside your computer, and then we can reproduce that based on those reports, and then attest based on those reports. There is also this stuff about guest encryption. I don't know, Marek, like if this will ever materialize, but I guess like people want that, and this is already in hardware.
Yeah, this is also interesting topic to explore. In our threat model, it's not that useful as in some of the cloud environments, but it's still some additional layer of protection. So maybe maybe we'll look at it.
Yeah, I guess like we didn't touch also on unikernels much. There is also a question about lightweight VMs. We talk about that. If there is any way to make the VMs more lightweight, but I guess this is not priority. There are more important things right now.
Yeah, but this is also something I would like to touch in 4.3 for system VMs.
Okay, that's great. So I guess like by 2025 we could report something in regard to those bullet points. I talked already about OpenISA, so I will not repeat myself. Okay, so what we will have today? We have a first day of conference, and 7:30 we have after party in Sudblok, like last year. So yeah. Congratulations that this was finally confirmed. And then tomorrow we have second day of conference, and then Sunday we have a hackathon.
Yeah, and this year we are doing a bit different than last year, because we have some presentations in the morning and in early afternoon, and at the end we on each day we leave a slot for a design session, which is more like discussion and not presentation. So we have one today about some user experience, and tomorrow about platform security.
Yeah. So let's go quickly through agenda. So right now we have this welcome talk. Then Marek will talk about development status. So I guess we will know more about what's going on with Qubes. Then I will switch to kind of talking a little bit about collaborative endeavor, but what kind of 3M Dev did in open source hardware and open source software space to kind of show how to collaborate. Maybe we can do even better, but yeah, this is what we did for last 12 months, so this is what I will present. Then we will jump into Qubes OS and ecosystem changes. I guess this would be a little bit longer because there are some questions there. And then 1 p.m. we're going on lunch for an hour. Then Marta will talk about UX. I'm very happy that those presentations is a third year in a row that we have UX stuff. It's very important to have something different than only drilling into the guts of the kernels, hypervisors, and firmware. Yeah. Then Diplo will have some topic about video tutorials. I guess this is a continuation of the topic like that was last year. This is also very interesting because it really enables new users which maybe don't yet understand how Qubes work. And then we will have another presentation from Marta regarding redesign of UX. And after that, there will be discussion, design session based on that presentation. And that's it. And I guess like the hour of the after party is incorrect because of course this is the closing notes are 10 to 6 p.m. and and there should be 7:30 after party in Sud Block. Yeah, this was last year. We look like that in late hours. Sud Block address is here. I guess like most of you know where, or just join with someone and you will get there. General rules. Please respect Qubes OS code of conduct. You can go to qubes3mdeb.com to find more information. Please follow safety and healthy protocols, respect others. This talk is both streamed and recorded. If you don't want that, please tell Norbert, who's supporting us logistically here, to take care of that. There are drinks which are for free. Please keep the space clean. There are some sweets and some snacks there. You can also take it. There are some stuff like pens and some other stuff for free you can take from the back. And if there will be any issues, please contact organizer. There is also Martix channel dedicated to this event, Qubes Summit on Matrix.org server.
If somebody wants some tea or something, there is a bar you can buy. Stuff in.
Okay, yeah, that's also very important. And if you go like, we also selling Qubes OS Summit t-shirts. We just couldn't make it because we didn't know how many people will be interested, and if this makes sense to make 20 or just didn't want to invest too much money. If you want it, you can go to the. Yeah.
We have some t-shirts. We have
Summit related.
We have Qubes anniversary t-shirt from last year. We have quite a few of them in different sizes and colors. So
are you selling or giving for free?
This is a question not for me.
Okay. Selling or giving for free? Okay. Yeah. So and I guess like there will be others with some. I guess NitroKey will sell some merchandise and that's it. Any questions? I guess we are a little bit late. Couple minutes. Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much.
Okay, so I will talk a bit about what is happening in Qubes, what we are working on, what we have done, and what we are planning to do. So this is first a bit about 4.2 that is going to be released very, very soon. So this slide looks a bit similar to the to my presentation from last year, and this is not a coincidence because the last year was mostly well. We did a lot of development, but this was mostly that time for stabilize and finish features for 4.2. That is that the next release candidate will be next week. So the first half of this list was already done last year. We have firmware update, we have Pipewire and Wyland, we have Linux, GUI new graphical applications, Builder v2. It also it's like more stable, etc. But it's still something we haven't we use already for 4.2. And the updater. In the meantime, it got the graphical interface, which I will show in a moment. And the same Zen version as announced last year. But there are some more developments that also happened. We have FIDO2 proxy. Previously, it was only UTF. We have split GPG2, MSIX support, some progress on this modern suspend, some minor features in QRexec. So for the updater, we have now graphical interface. This is from one of my test systems. There are quite a lot of templates there. But we have some clear information whether we know for sure there are some updates or there may be some updates because the last checked is in the past and there was no recent check for update. Or maybe we know there are no updates because it was recently checked and it was reported that no updates are available. And we can select which templates or standalone VMs to update. This icon means standalone VM here. Or maybe, yes, I can use mouse. Okay. So here is standalone or a template. We have also some settings. And then something that was very much lacking in the old updater is a progress bar. Yeah, so we have a progress, overall progress of all the updates there. You can update multiple templates in parallel. It's configurable. So I think it's much nicer experience. When something fails, there is also clear indication. If you click on that, you will get some more details. Yeah. So as for FIDO2, the old code was old. It was using a library that is not maintained anymore. It supports only older standard. The new code uses a new library and supports also newer tokens. I will not talk too much about it right now because Piotrek will cover it in his presentation later. The next thing is Split GPG got a major update. So we have basically the old Split GPG, which is the one that currently we advertise as default. So the old one was basically some remote call to the GPG binary with some option filtering to prevent some unsafe operations. This means when you want to use split GPG, you need to configure your application to not call USRB GPG, but some other binary Qubes GPG client wrapper. Not every application support using alternative binaries. So there are some compatibility issues here. In some cases, they do support that, but they expect it to work with all kind of options that are also not safe to proxy to the backend. And also the option processing is quite fragile because it must match exactly how GPG parses those options. Otherwise, we have problems, and it happened. And also, finally, since all split GPG all proxies all the operations to the backend, it also includes operations on public keys, which don't necessarily need to be done in this isolated environment. For example, if you just want to download a public key and encrypt something to somebody, it doesn't need access to your private key. So it could be also done elsewhere, but old split GPG did not support this workflow. So it looked like this. We have this Qubes GPG client binary that connects to a separate VM and basically calls GPG with the same parameters, and it does stuff and returns output. The new split GPG it's complete redesign of this approach, because the split GPG was one of the first applications developed specifically this integration for Qubes OS. And Qubes OS already has over 10 years since 1.0 release, and in the meantime stuff happened. So in the meantime, GPG got a stable protocol for talking with GPG agent, and this protocol is specifically designed to delegate secret key operations to GPG agent, whatever that is. So, okay, that's perfect target for splitting it and isolating the secret key, private key operations in a separate VM. The protocol is quite simple, I would say. It has only the operations we really need for operating on the keys. So it can list keys, it can encrypt stuff with a key, it can well, not encrypt, sign stuff with a key, can decrypt stuff with some key, and that's basically it. And there is and there is some nice point here, because if we just replace the GPG agent, then GPG binary itself is the same. So you don't need, sorry. You don't need to configure your application to use another binary. It just works. And also, you don't need to care about various very weird options that some application wants to use and it's not compatible with split GPG. All those problems disappear. There is one downside to this approach. The GPG agent that is running in this separate VM, separate cube, when you sign stuff, it doesn't know what you're signing. It gets only a hash, not the whole data. In theory, it's okay, but there is one corner case that if you sign another key, GPG agent doesn't know that. So if you allow operations on your primary with your primary key, this client VM could potentially add another subkey to your key, and you wouldn't know. And then it could sign and decrypt stuff using a key that is generated elsewhere. So the solution for that is to simply disallow operations with your primary key directly, which is a good practice anyway, to have this primary key stored somewhere offline and only use subkeys with a specific purpose. So this is how we did that. There is an option, I think it's even enabled by default, that disallows operation on a primary key with split GPG version 2. So you can, but you can still open a terminal in the backend Qube and do stuff manually there if you need, for example, to create this subkey. Currently, the integration doesn't create the subkey for you. You need to do that yourself, but it is one-time operation, so it's not that bad. Okay. The next point is something that is not very visible to the end user. It's how internally interrupts are handled for devices. It's minor internal detail, but it has huge impact on the hardware compatibility. Basically, there are three different ways device can deliver interrupts. There is a legacy one, MSI one, message signal interrupts, and message signal interrupts extended. And for a very long time, Qubes did not support the last one, MSIX. There is a technical reason for that. We have QEMU that is isolated in subdomain, and for MSIX it needed to access devmem for some reason. Yeah. And in subdomain it doesn't work. Devmem exists there, but is not what QEMU expects. So we had a patch that simply hides this capability, and most drivers were happy about that. If device expected just MSI, not MSIX, it simply worked. If it expected MSIX, the driver sees, oh, there is no MSIX, so it did a fallback to the legacy interrupt and int x here. But in practice, if you have a device that normally supports MSIX, and the driver sees, oh, there is no MSIX. This is a very unusual situation, and in many drivers, this automatic fallback simply didn't work. And one of the cases, which is quite common, is the Intel Wi-Fi driver. Specifically, the path for loading firmware to the device expected MSIX, and it was waiting for confirmation that device properly initialized and loaded firmware. So if MSIX wasn't there, then it simply timed out to load firmware, and device didn't work at all. Yeah, there are more devices like that. So there is there are various workarounds. For a long time, for Intel Wi-Fi, we simply have a patch to fix this particular issue. It was sent upstream, and there was some short discussion, but nobody is interested in taking the patch because the device normally supports MSIX. Like, it's very specific to our setup that MSIX is not there. There are some more. So okay, I spent some time to figure out how to avoid this issue and fix MSIX with Tabaloin. Okay, I got it working. So okay, then I tried with Intel Wi-Fi and found that the VM is crashing because it tries to write to some read-only page. Sorry. So after some debugging, I found that Intel Wi-Fi specifically, on the same page that there are those MSIX registered, It also has some other registers that are not included in the specification, some private one. And it really insists to having them writable. After looking at whether it's a bug in driver or something else, no, it seems they indeed designed the device to have some extra register on a page that is supposed to be something else, but this is programmed in hardware. We cannot really change that. So again, some more development to have this split between this part is read-only, this part of the page is read-only, this is writable, and we have it working. So there are patches sent upstream. This involves patches to Zen, Linux, and QEMU, all three of them. But well, it works. Hopefully hardware compatibility in this area in 4.2 will be much better than before. We'll see. So the next point is about modern suspend. So if you have some machine Intel 11th generation, I think is the first one that really tries to force you to use S0 this EX suspend and not the S3. It's total redesign of how platform suspend works, because the old one, the S3, is basically some special kind of shutdown. So you mostly shut down the platform but you keep some content on RAM, and then you start again and pretend it was only suspend and not new startup. There are a lot of corner cases, and you probably noticed that suspend is, I think, the most unreliable feature on Qubes. So the new approach for suspend is in theory cleaner because it's just some low power state. But in practice, getting it correct is very tricky. I guess Simon will talk more about it later. I will just say that we have some significant progress. In some cases, the system is like 90% of the time sleeping. It's not as good as 99% under native Linux, but still. But unfortunately, there are a lot of quirks and workarounds that we need to figure out how to do that properly. So it will not make into final 4.2 release. If we get it working good enough some later, maybe some part of that will be backported to 4.2. We'll see. But more details Simon will present later. And the last thing I want to cover in this presentation is some rather minor change to QRexec. Because QRexec is this protocol we use, is this mechanism we use to communicate between VMs. Every VM can define some services, and the other VM can ask to call a service in another VM, and there is a policy which VM can do what. And some of those services need to be run as root. This, for example, includes some installing updates or accessing some devices. So what we do currently, there are two approaches. One is to define in the policy that, what users should be used to call this service. So if you have like 5 different policy entries, each of them needs to have this user equals root additional option. This is not convenient. Another approach is to use some sudo or setuid bit in the policy in the service itself. It works, but also requires some extra sudo configuration. In some VMs, you may not want to have sudo at all. In theory, it's optional dependency, so it's not convenient. So we took another approach. is to introduce additional option in per service configuration. And now you can configure this service needs to run at root, and QRexec will do that for you. So that's the improvement here. This is also part of the some broader change. We try to reduce number of places where this default user is hard-coded. There are still some places left. We are working on that, but generally, at some point, I would like to also allow choosing some different username. We have some specific cases where we need that, but yeah. So this is one of the one part of this change. So that's about 4.2. And what about 4.2? 4.3, which we'll start working on very soon. So, first of all, I'm not going to say here what will definitely be included in 4.3. I can say that we try to have this development cycle release every 2 years. Maybe with improvement in CI and QA, we will have it a bit shorter, but not much shorter. But this is some wish list I would like to try. So definitely continue on UX improvements. Some work is already scheduled and in progress in this area. See the devices UX talk from Marta later today. There are some more things like VM settings, which also need some major refresh. We'll see. Then we have graphical subset improvements. This is the point that Demi will definitely want to talk more. Yeah. Then we have seamless GUI under Windows 10 and probably 11. This is something that is in progress, maybe even more than in progress. We have some proof of concept of this code already. We have still some issues to solve, and it's very much unstable. But we have some progress here. Sorry. And finally, finish the anti-will mate work that Piotr mentioned at the beginning. This is also something in progress. Some parts are implemented but need some more review iterations. And also this is something that will be covered in a separate talk later, I guess tomorrow? Tomorrow, I think, yeah. Yeah. So this is some high-level overview of major features I would like to see. We'll see how what will actually happen. But at this point, I would like to also ask if you want to help with some of those, or maybe you just want to help with testing and reviewing stuff. That's also a possibility. Please help. Tomorrow I will have a talk specifically about some contributor guide. So I will talk more how you can do that. So few more words about this graphical subsystem improvements. Yeah, as I said, Demi will cover a lot of those points in many more details. So I will skim on the Wayland topic. And there is definitely, we need some GPU acceleration to be available at least to some select VMs. More and more applications rely on that, and generally it's for a better user experience to have some nice and smooth UI with help of GPU. So we have different options. We have Intel started supporting SRIOV on the integrated graphics. So this is something we can explore. We did try it. The driver for SRIOV here is quite buggy, and it's not really usable yet. But maybe it will become usable in the meantime. I kind of hope that Intel for pushing SRIOV here will also influence other vendors to also start supporting this sharing GPU and splitting it in like desktop and clients products, not only for servers in the most expensive models. But this is not the only option. There are also other options to explore, and again, I will leave it to Demi for discuss in her talk. Okay, so that's all what I wanted to present. Do you have any questions?
So how to migrate, you said about new split GPG in 4.2. Let's say someone have deployed what's already right now. I guess like I'm using the current deployment for years, as I would say. I didn't use the old one. So if I will upgrade the system, how I can avoid, mess up.
So the new first of all, the split GPG2 is not installed by default. You need to explicitly install the package, right. And then if you would like to use it, there is currently you need to enable this QVM service something. We will add that to the GUI settings though.
I guess I'm doing that already, and I will also talk about that on SaltStack. Maybe I'm already having that.
Yes, I think you already
so what would be the difference between if I deploy this customly directly from GitHub to the one that you will release in the...
Hopefully, it should just work.
Okay.
If you have the up-to-date version, it will use the same configuration, it will just work.
And then I can just remove my salt scripts for deploying that. Okay.
Yes, that's the theory. Yeah. If something doesn't work, then please ask. We have some matrix channel, we have mailing list, we have forum. Yep.
Yeah, so, for example, you mentioned earlier that there is a problem where there are still people who are on 4.1. Like, do you have 4.0? Sorry. Yeah. Are there plans of like making some sort of like system notification? Hey, this is.
Yes, this is something we wanted to include in this graphical update tool. We didn't manage to do that yet, but I hope we'll do that for both DOM0 and for templates in the meantime, and I hope to backport it also to 4.2 at some point if it will be stable enough and not too much change.
So we'll see. Also tell about Fedora, like
yes. Yes,
okay,
exactly.
That's
yes. Yes.
So I see also the problems with GPG because often I work on a remote machine and using the keys for my vault. I'm getting notification, of course, and like just approving that. But typically when I connect to the remote machine, there is like conflict there. There is like problem with using those keys there because of systemd typically like by default it's running GPG again.
Yes.
And this is like very problematic in debugging, and I guess like this would be not easy to use.
In fact, we override systemd unit that set up this GPG agent socket. So it should just work, but yeah, we'll see.
Back on the topic of notifications or updates, is there also a way of doing some type of push of notification to the users that are still running 4.0? Like if they run like a DOM0 update, having like some text?
I don't. Generally, we don't build any more packages for 4.0. The infrastructure for building this is disabled. I'm technically probably we could be, because we use the same signing key as 4.1, so the signing key is still somewhere there, but it's not easy to do.
Yeah, or if there's like, is there some way to not send a package, but just to send a message?
We don't have mechanism like that
No,
yet.
in
No,
line,
no. Yeah, there was some.
Yeah, if I understand correctly, there are some scripts around which are able to cache some parts of updates. And is it also planned to incorporate that in the generic update tool? Or?
Yeah, so the question was about caching updates. We have explored this option. The issue is more and more updates are using HTTPS, which is not easy to just intercept, because I've seen most of this caching approach simply intercept the connection to update server and cache at that point using some transparent caching. But with HTTPS, we can't do that. Theoretically, we could modify the VM configuration to connect to the cache, not to the update server directly. It's possible. I don't really like this approach because it breaks the it intercepts the connection that would end-to-end be encrypted for the between the server and the VM to updates, and some update mechanism rely on this for updates integrity. We have explored this option and decided to not do that yet, but maybe we will reconsider in some in the future.
So, just to comment on that, on what you mentioned there, for Fedora. Fedora doesn't sign its, I think specifically what Mark was referring to is that Fedora doesn't sign its metadata for bad legacy reasons. That's somewhere on my list of things I need to work on at some point.
Yeah, but it's not only Fedora. Many of those updates mechanisms rely on HTTPS to ensure you get up-to-date metadata, not some older one. So
True.
yeah.
Also, the other thing is that at least for Fedora, one option at least for Fedora could be to have it so that the metalink is fetched directly from the server, but which has the hashes of the metadata, which have the hashes of all the packages, but the actual packages are fetched from the cache. That's at least.
Yes.
I don't know if that's at least theoretically possible.
Yes, that's theoretically possible to cache just the packages but not the metadata. This is something, if we go with caching updates, this is probably what we are going to do, and do similar thing on Debian and Arc and other distributions. But it's significantly more work than just putting an update cache in between, like all those scripts that currently exist are doing.
Okay, we are out of time.
Okay, so, thank you.
Okay, so in this talk, I would like to explain what 3MDev does to improve collaboration and to bring some projects to the table that can enhance trustworthiness for our computing devices. So my name is Piotr Król. I'm founder of 3MDev. I'm conference speaker and organizer, open security training to instructor. Yeah, I'm keeping up to drive Dasharo vision and mission, and trying to evangelize open source firmware. Yeah, using Qubes since 2016, and yeah, casual chess player and bridge player. If you want to follow me, you can go to the Mastodon and use that. So I would like to talk about partnership programs that 3MDev introduced as a part of Dasharo. I think partnership programs, well-defined partnership programs with clear, I know legal is maybe not the most important for this crowd, but it is important for building business and building correct relation between entities. So partnership would have clear legal background, and ideally partnership with between companies that share vision. And then I would like to talk about some examples of projects that 3MDev developed over the last, let's say, 12 months or maybe even more, to showcase elements of enhancing this partnership. Okay, but maybe let's start from the beginning. So what we should think about what we care about. If we want to build any partnership, any relation between people, we have to think if we have anything in common, if there is any shared vision, if there is anything that connects us. So I would say like privacy and security are safe words that we can say connects us to some extent. Of course, we can be different at the level of tactics or at the level of the strategy, how we apply that, how we execute that. But I guess like we all agree, we want more trustworthy, we want more privacy, we are concerned about privacy, and we would like to have more secure systems. That may also mean that we indirectly care about other things, like open development, like trustworthiness, like platform security, maybe even right to repair some. To build this ecosystem and build this relation, 3MDev created 2 partnership programs, which we hope will lead to improve amount of Qubes OS hardware that is certified. And this was, of course, inspired by Qubes OS certification program and by other Qubes OS activity, like, for example, HCL. And we realized that we cannot do that without some value sharing in the open source value chain. So value sharing means not only money, but also knowledge, also expertise, also like support, I would say. So maybe not things which are always quantifiable in money. On the other side, we have to think about other stuff. How this market, how big is this market? Like how many people really can use Qubes OS? So how many we can imagine? Like millions, tens of millions, like. Or I don't know, like does anyone can use Qubes OS? We have to like kind of think in some upper limit to which we can go. So we look at the statistics in the keynote in the introduction talk, and I guess those statistics improving in a dramatically like and impressively good way. And I wonder how long it can go in this direction. So take a look at this. So for 10 years, Qubes go to 30K, yeah? Since 2010 to 2020. And for last 3 years, it goes like almost like 15, because Marek said that I incorrectly read the statistics, but say 50% grow. So how long this growth can be kept up? And to what limit it can go, where will be the maximum? Because that determines something very important for hardware vendors. And to be honest, in this ecosystem, only one thing matter: the volume of the hardware that is sold. That's it. and we can justify our incentives, the fact that we want more privacy and security, but eventually at the end, for the hardware manufacturers, and we need their support because our stuff running on their hardware, on something they design. The only thing that matters for them are volumes. And that's it. So if we want to move this market forward, we have to think in this context and always act in a way that this will improve the amount of hardware sold. That's it. If we can do that, if we can put that in that way, then we're winning and we will have better adoption. So we introduced this program, like essentially 2 programs, Dasharo Revenue Sharing Partnership Program. It's essentially, so there is Dasharo subscription, which is some amount of money added to the cost of the hardware for the yearly subscription of the yearly support of the firmware. And I guess this is similar to Qubes OS, but there are various ways this is implemented. But this program was already introduced by NitroKey and Nova Custom. So for NitroKey there is Nitro PC sold, which is already certified. And if you look at the shop of NitroKey, you will find the note that some part of this money going to 3M Dev for maintenance of the firmware, and thanks to that we will have resources for releasing new versions. Of course, there are some privacy concerns related to that, and we are okay to address that. But I guess like there are people who were able to solve that also by themselves, like giving like disposable email for getting the updates, or maybe email that is just completely fake, disconnected from their identity. The NitroKey accept bitcoins. I don't know if they accept any other cryptocurrencies. So Bitcoin is pseudo-anonymous. I guess anonymous, completely anonymous selling of anything is quite hard because you have to ship the hardware somewhere. Yeah, but we can of course extend that. If someone is really paranoid about that part, we can always extend that and improve that. There's also other program that we introduced, Dasharo supporting partners. That means we would like some part of money going from all this ecosystem going to Insurgo for maintaining the heads. And as you know, like heads. So Thierry is essentially right now the only person who maintains heads, and he doing very hard work. He's overloaded, and we have to help him. And the only way, to be honest, to help him is to work to improve volumes. Because if we can improve volumes and there will be enough hardware delivered with heads, of course, assuming that this will go in program like this or similar program where there is revenue sharing, where some money, some small amount of money going to Thierry's pocket so he can put bread on his table, it would be way better and he will be less frustrated and we will probably move this ecosystem faster. But it's not only about Qubes OS. It's not about just the laptop desktop workstation environment or market segment. There are other market segments which we kind of sometimes ignore, but it's incorrect approach. Of course, we will not make Qubes working on mobile, or on this will not be network appliance operating system, yeah? But the people who do development for the mobile, people who do development for the network appliance, people who do development on the server level, they also need some operating system to do the development, yeah? And they need trustworthy environment. They need something which they can rely on. And that's why I think the Qubes can bring some vertical value for those players to provide the development ecosystem, deployment ecosystem, I don't know, IT administrator ecosystem, DevOps ecosystem. So someone who using this laptop with Qubes OS or workstation to make sure that everything they're doing is secure, is trustworthy, and that's the ability of aligned with some vertical market, which is not essentially directly Qubes OS. Yeah, so we have to support also those other market segments. And I also noticed that somewhere on some conferences going that I see someone using Qubes OS, and that was IP core creating like employee of the company who do IP cores. So A6 IP cores for a living. They're doing that for a living. They're using Qubes OS. I tried to convince them to come here and give a presentation. This didn't succeed, but I hope maybe next year. This is very interesting thing because it looks that they consider their work something that needs additional care. They take care of this IP that they generate and would like to protect it and think that Qubes is good system for doing that. And we don't have these examples on this conference. We need those examples because this market is additional market to right now. It's not. I think it's not exactly considered by Qubes, or maybe it is. I don't know. But we have to consider those niche markets and show we are proficient on those markets also, because this build the cases. Like special case study, IP core developers use Qubes OS to protect their value, to protect the assets of their companies. And that brings attention of those companies. And then we can talk with those companies. Listen, we provide you value. Why can't you buy certified hardware? Please buy certified hardware. Then we get this money in the value chain. And then we have a thriving ecosystem which have no problem putting bread on our tables. So maybe a little bit get back to revenue sharing program. The important part is of course revenue diversification, where the point is that 3MDEP can and I guess Qubes OS does the same stuff, and we kind of work together to build the same thing, where we have different sources where the revenue coming from, but it's not only about that. Then we have couple teams like Qubes OS team, 3MDEP team, maybe NitroKey team, Nova Custom team, focusing on some expertise. So NitroKey coming and saying this feature doesn't work, and then we have Signal that we have to focus on this part because this is important for those who buying certified hardware. Yeah, so we can focus on the problems which really matter for the end users. Together we can have more efficient bug resolution because thanks to the bigger reporting community, thanks to the clear identification of the value chain, how Qubes is delivered to the end users, we know who we should go to reproduce given bug, to deliver solution, how fast the resolution is needed, and so on. And I hope this will improve the scalability of the whole ecosystem. About supporting partner, this is maybe more about mutual technological development. So partnering with someone like Thierry, I would imagine partnering with someone like I don't know, LibreBoot, maybe other open source firmware distributions. So we can together attack similar problems, or even build common base for delivering new solutions, delivering new platforms. It's not easy to enable platform by one company without sponsoring. It's quite expensive endeavor. If you look at solutions like Trenchboot as an anti-evil made, it looks like it's a simple project. At the beginning, we thought, oh, we will fix that in a couple months, yeah. And of course, we overpromised because it's way more complex. It suddenly happened that it's very hard to find hardware which support that. Then we struggle on all possible levels of compatibility in various projects. That's why we need partners which can benefit from this achievement. And how you do that? How you will do that? I have friendly company X which can do, let's say, grub development or Linux kernel development, yeah. And let's say 3MDEP can do open source firmware development, yeah. So how you go to them? You can say custom development, but that means typically big contract. And maybe you don't have upfront money for that. So maybe you can build some partnership and say, listen, we will kind of create additional service to that, like say subscription service, and we'll split that money of the subscription service between us, and we all will care about more platforms delivered to the users, and in that way we can make this ecosystem more sustainable. And okay, so maybe some examples what 3MDEP does to extend the ecosystem and improve the trustworthiness of the products which we deliver. Maybe some of those are like very proof of concept like, but I want to share that with you. So one of the projects we're talking many times, like repeating this project all the time, is a FobNet project. This project is essentially, so what you see on the screen is dev kit that you can buy in our shop, but the goal of this project is to achieve the integration, to achieve the readiness of the software so it can be integrated with any USB token. And we already have agreement with NitroKey that when FobNet will reach some readiness, some production quality, they will integrate this feature into their tokens. But what it is? So FobNet token is a attestation server on a token. So essentially you can attest your measurements from the TPM on your platform and reveal some secret from the token. Yeah? Based on the, and of course, if platform does not meet the criteria of the measurements of the firmware and the operating system, bootloader, then the secret is not revealed, and that's it. So, like simple concept, maybe not so easy to execute because it takes time for us. So this is example of vertical integration between 3MDEP and NitroKey to build something that improve the ecosystem and of course share some value. Yeah, and we right now we applied for the grant from NLNet, and we hope that this can move forward the integration on the production devices. So some example application which already work is a disk encryption. So essentially the goal here is that we would like the threat which we would like to mitigate are like data theft, so someone accessing secret information which are on the disk, or someone wants to install some additional data, some unauthorized person who wants to install additional data on the disk. And what protections we enabled? We essentially encrypted this disk with where we keep the encryption key out of the platform on our FobNet token, and this key can be used for the encryption only if the platform will be attested, only if the platform will run attested software stack. Yeah, and platform integrity measurements are bound to TPM. The other project, which we kind of think is going very, very slow for us because we struggle with ecosystem, I can say, is the TPM or trustworthy TPM. So it's like a open source hardware, open source software, open source hardware, let's say in quotes, because not every, like microcontrollers are not open source hardware, yeah, or depending on definition. But the point here is to replace trusted platform modules with something which is transparent and trustworthy. So first goal was to use Microsoft open source implementation of the TPM, put it on a STM32 microcontroller, and it has SPI interface, and use this instead of buying something from Infineon with unknown firmware with some proprietary blob there, which we have no idea what's going on inside, and we already know that there was ROCA and various other vulnerabilities inside those TPMs. The first problem which we faced was the fact that we need LPC, because most of the old hardware use LPC for TPM. And this is a piece of documentation where we kind of explain the conversion from the LPC or LPC interface. Yeah, this is what we try to do, but Then it happened that we tried to do that on FPGA. Suddenly adding FPGA raised the cost of everything, and so this trustworthy TPM will not cost $10. Yeah, it will be way more expensive. And then we realized that maybe it requires a lot of skills to do that on cheap FPGA. So then cost of FPGA growing, and this is another problem. Yeah, and here we have LPC SPI interface. So this is example of enabling new family of products lines, which is based on the principles that I said at the beginning: open and trustworthiness. So I would expect that, let's say, this trustworthy platform module will materialize at some point in future. So I would expect that maybe there will be some level of Qubes OS certification, advanced one or higher level, which expect the platform module to be trustworthy. Yeah, that could be, especially if that is possible and if that is available on the market. That would definitely build more secure systems. Another thing that we're doing is simplification of the open source firmware deployment. And there is like, I'm already on Dasharo user group presenting Dasharo toolsuit. But what's the point here? What's the relation to Qubes OS? If someone has some hardware which is potentially supported by Coreboot, yeah, doesn't have to be Dasharo, and would like to deploy, it's always a problem. How to configure that? How to compile that? Like, I don't, like, this is so complex. There's so many things. And that's why we created Dasharo toolsuit with the vision of being able to deliver Coreboot binaries to my hardware, if it is, of course, supported by Coreboot. Then, so that's one way of improving trustworthiness of the platform. And then, of course, I can add Qubes OS to that system. So I have open source firmware, I have Qubes OS, and essentially I built my own Qubes OS certified hardware without certification. So this is essentially like a window for those who don't want to really go into direction of buying the or supporting this ecosystem, buying this platform, so they can work around that in that way. And I guess we should provide freedom of doing that. And maybe someone will realize, okay, that's so complex, that's taking so much time, and maintaining that in long run is not worth this additional 50 euro or 60 euro. Yeah, and they will say, okay, I will rather support those guys who's doing those guys and girls doing this development through certified hardware, through buying certified hardware. There is also Dasharo HCL, where we're trying to provide information about compatibility of processor, compatibility of memory, compatibility of GPU. So someone who putting together the hardware platform are not afraid of, you know, I bought this processor and suddenly it doesn't work in this configuration. But what's my point here is that we invented HCLs. There's Qubes HCL, there is Dasharo HCL, but there are also these big platforms like Open Benchmarking, like Linux hardware, BSD hardware. Those platforms already gather way more information than we already do. And we already got attention from Linux hardware, for example, where they're saying, oh, listen, there are Dasharo devices reported on Linux hardware, yeah? So I guess why not have some synergy here? Why not have something that people going to Linux hardware exists for years, and someone use that, someone leverage those information which are there. We can even look at, okay, what are the most popular vendors where people running Linux or BSD, yeah? And on the other side, we can also look at the market share. This is some ability to check market share of Qubes OS. Or I guess, like, I don't know what, like, if Linux hardware even work on Qubes OS, even if it's not, if it will report correct data, because it may report, I don't know, whatever was run in the VM, or it will report, let's say, this is Fedora, not Qubes, yeah? It really depends how mature those, but my point here is they already have infrastructure, and we're building our own infrastructure, kind of reinventing the wheel a little bit. And that's lack of synergy and lack of cooperation. Openness score. This is another thing to give users ability to compare various hardware platforms with various stack and say, okay, it's open, it's this much open. I would like to know, okay, how much I'm limiting my trusted computing base. I had this proprietary BIOS on my platform. When I will install Dasharo, what will change for me? How I will limit the limit my trusted computing base? How I will make this binary smaller? Yeah, this proprietary blob that's coming from we don't know where. How smaller it will be. And that's the point of openness score. We want to measure that. We want to publish those information, and we want to inform users so they can choose better. And it's not only about this tool. I guess there should be more tools for end users so they can easily choose what they need, including like also on operating system level. Okay, so some lesson learned from all this dump of thoughts. Yeah, we sometimes meet each other, and of course we're talking, we have concept, we have ideas, but we're not always meeting to do creative stuff. Like we should always meet with each other with the idea of doing something, on making something, and having some results. So I hope the hackathon on Sunday will be that thing. We complain that we have lack of time. Like we don't have time. I don't have time for new presentation. I don't have time for doing a demo. But you know, in my opinion, like if someone knows my personal life, they know that I already don't have also time. And what? It's not matter of not having time. It's matter of just management of that time, yeah, and assigning correct priorities. We also have this weird approach to customers. We listen to customers, and sometimes running with the weirdest idea possible, we implementing that. And we implementing that, and nothing happened. Nobody using that. Nobody cares. Or even this is complete disaster because we completely change the way things work, and maybe this is mistake. But what I think we should do, we should not listen customers and run with the implementation. We should listen customers to revise our vision, to improve our vision. We should follow our vision if we have good gut feeling that we're going in correct direction and we want to pursue that. We should just use this as a feedback to little bit modify that, improve that. So then this can be shown in our projects and products. Yeah, and then of course I kind of Richard Stallman was on 2 Dasharo VPUBs, or 3 maybe. But at one VPUB he said that create roadmaps, execute on that, release and report. Yeah, and I'm thinking about that. I think this is simple. This is so simple words, but so many people does not do that. Like this is simple thing. Just commit to something. Yeah, I thought about that on Marek presentation. Okay, the schedule of Qubes is essentially unknown. Yeah, it's like around 2 years. Yeah, around 2 years every version, and we don't know exactly what will be in the next version. But what would be needed to change that into hard commitment, like completely, totally hard commitment to say like this will be there. Amen. That's it. It would be there. What have to change? How we have to improve reality to have hard commitments and really execute on that? On the other side, I would even say something like that about Dasharo roadmap, which always gets so many platforms delayed. But finally, we released something. Finally, we are happy that we are not so bad as last time. And that improvements kind of motivate us to maybe try even better on the next round, maybe challenge ourselves. So this is something that I guess Richard Stallman put correctly on during the Dasharo VPUBs. yeah, we're not talking enough with business stakeholders. Maybe technical people don't want to do that, don't like that. I think this is very critical. As I said, this IP core people, yeah? It's like I would never, if I would not go to this meeting, if I will not start talking with them about what it is, why you're using it, like I will never realize that there is this group of people that potentially are some market which can be targeted, which can help us grow, which even if I told them, like, can you help us improve how we market Qubes, how we market this stack, they said, yeah, we would be glad to do that. So that's very important to talk with stakeholders. Okay, I have to finish. So that's one, two points. Yeah, I guess engineers have very bad kind of tradition, or I don't know, bad method, like delivering everything as a POC. POC is good enough. And we have like millions of POCs, which after 2 years even don't work. And what? This doesn't help. So, but of course they don't like exactly to write documentation for that, to write tests for that, to prove that this is compliant with some other standard, to create a tool that show a competitive advantage of that solution. No, they not always like that. So we should think how we can improve this rapid compliance. So it would be easier for developers to prove that their work, their proof of concept really moves the needle forward. Yeah. And of course, we cannot solve that all the problems of the world for free, because we have to fuel that somehow. And if we have hardware vendors on our back, they only understand volumes, numbers, how many units were sold, and that's it. So that's it from, I know that is like random stuff, but yeah. Any questions?
We have time for one question.
Sure. Yeah. Okay, thank you very much.
My name is Demi Marie Openauer. I'm from Invisible Things Lab, and I'm here to talk about Qubes OS and ecosystem changes. How can we change with them? So I'm going to start with the introduction, then go on to graphics changes, the rise of Pipewire, Zen versus KVM, immutability, and finally the conclusion. So this is I'm just going to go briefly over this. This is where ideally we'd be. It'd be an awesome world to be in. Unfortunately, it's not the world we're in now. And basically, Qubes OS exists as a workaround for that world not existing. So here's the real world. Operating systems routinely fail to do their job. You've got basically nobody formally verifies anything. Vulnerable applications are the norm. And we've got very few resources to keep users safe with. So that means we got to use as much stuff developed by others as we can. And we can't make everything work the way that we want to. So the best we can do is provide the most secure OS that we can build that will run the stuff users need to run. We can't build the most secure OS possible. I guess a way I like to put it is Qubes OS is not the most operating system ever created, but it is the most secure operating system that is usable for its own development. Because the various stuff based on microkernels isn't. So some history, Qubes OS was released back in 2010 as like alpha 1. So a lot of stuff has obviously changed since then. Some of these changes are good for us, some of them are bad, and some of them are neutral, but they're not backwards compatible. Better hardware virtualization support is good. The rise of immutable OSs is good, at least from an update perspective. More dependence on GPU acceleration is rather problematic, given the state of the GPU world. And from X11 to Wayland and Pulse Audio to Pipewire don't really have security impacts per se, but they aren't backwards compatible either. Wait, yeah. So, changes to the desktop ecosystem, at least desktop Linux. X11 is being replaced by Wayland, because Pulse Audio is being replaced by Pipewire. KVM has become a lot more important since then. And there's been a big rise in immutable OSs. So right now, Qubes relies on X11. There's a lot of problems with that. There's a lot of problems with the protocol. Xorg is unmaintained. We can't afford to keep using it forever. There's hardware that it's simply broken with. It's deprecated in RHEL 9. Fedora 40 is going to rip out the KDE Plasma and GNOME Shell Xorg sessions. And that's basically, we all know it's not great. Their X Wayland is the only version of X that's still maintained. It's just for legacy applications. It's not a substitute for supporting Wayland natively. So what does that mean? It means that the Qubes GUI stack needs to adapt to Wayland rather than us trying to contort Wayland to fit our needs. And so as Mark alluded to earlier, Qubes OS needs better Wayland support. The Qubes GUI protocol is based on X11, and I don't mean in the terms of like how the serialization works and stuff like that, which is obviously completely independent then from X11, but in terms of the semantics of the protocol. That was an absolutely reasonable decision back in 2010, but now in 2023 it makes it a lot harder to support Wayland well, because Wayland is different than X11. Wayland does not natively support absolute positioning. Yes, I know, Marta, you've complained about that. And Wayland
does require you to explicitly state, here's a top-level window, here's a pop-up window, and provide that kind of semantic information, which the Qubes GUI protocol doesn't provide. The closest we have is transient 4, which exists, but its semantics aren't that clear, and it's not a substitute. And furthermore, the GUI daemon is heavily tied to X11. Porting it to Wayland would pretty much be a from-scratch rewrite. And also it would be not necessarily the best use of resources when there's other options available, as I'll discuss later. So XDG shell does not support absolute positioning, and this is by design. Whether or not that was a good decision is debatable, but it was the decision that was made back when the protocol was being created. And now, some things absolutely need to know where they are on the screen. Stuff like the app menu, the panel at the top of the screen, things like that. But fortunately, there's a protocol for that called WLR layer shell. Unfortunately, not every Wayland compositor supports it. For those of you who aren't familiar with Wayland, the compositor is the server in Wayland terminology. It's also not standardized. However, it is supported by Kwin, Sway, Mir, and the WL Roots and Smith-A compositor libraries. Now, what's obviously missing from that list? GNOME. But Qubes doesn't support GNOME anyway. So that doesn't particularly wind up mattering. There is a library to allow using WLR layer shell with GTK, and thankfully it has a G-object introspection interface, so it's possible to use it without having to write any C code. This is a solution for desktop components like menus and panels and things like that. It is not a solution, however, for guest windows. It's certainly not safe to expose that protocol to the guest. You can write a screen locker with it. Just to be clear, you shouldn't. There is a dedicated screen locker protocol that should be used instead. But the point is that it's a privileged protocol for a reason. In case you're wondering how GNOME does without it, in GNOME, all of that stuff is literally built into the compositor itself, running in the compositor process as JavaScript mostly, I think. And needless to say, that is not a good solution for Qubes. So how are we going to transition from X11 to Wayland? Well, you can't implement X11 or Wayland on top of the other if you want to conform to the relevant specs. You can try. You can produce something that will work for almost all applications and that is very much usable in practice, but it won't be spec conforming. So if you want something that is actually spec conforming, then transitioning has to be a multi-step process. The first step is to implement Wayland in the guest on top of the host's X11, or in this case, on top of the existing GUI protocol. I've done that. That's the Wayland agent that I currently have sitting there waiting on Marek to review. The next step, which will involve, and this is going to be probably the biggest of all, is to have Wayland applications run on top of host Wayland at X11 apps on top of host X11. And the last step, which should be pretty easy, is to have both Wayland and X11 apps run on top of the host Wayland, while absolute positioning is emulated via guest-side heuristics, where we figure out what the application intended by, like the application says, put your windows here, and we figure out what the application intended to do and translate that into Wayland requests. Is that perfect? No. Will it work for all applications? No, but it should work for applications that are well-behaved. And when I say well-behaved, I mean the vast majority of applications out there. I know. So why do this at all? Well, there's a few reasons. One of them is that for reasons I'll discuss later, it turns out that we can reduce, by switching to Wayland, we can reduce maintenance costs. The biggest one is that Xorg is deprecated. I don't think this is being made official outside of RHEL, but it is in fact deprecated as in its entirety. The only non-deprecated implementation is XWayland. Or at least, I'm not sure if XQuartz is deprecated, but it's also not relevant here. Also, there have been several Qubes security bulletins due to mishandling of override redirect windows. Wayland simply does not have override redirect as a concept, which is amazing. And also, and as a result, we'd like to move away from X11, ideally completely, but there's going to be legacy applications, but those could use XWayland. So, but certain benefits are only available at that last step, when the host is entirely Wayland native and we don't have X11 exposed to guests anymore. Chrome OS is already there. In fact, when they did their GUI virtualization, they did it entirely with cross-VM Wayland. Spectrum OS is going to be there from the beginning. Hi, Alyssa. Hi, Puck. And also, extending our custom GUI protocol to support GPU acceleration is not going to be easy. Could it be done with enough work? Probably. Do I think that would be a good use of our limited resources? No. What about Windows guests? Well, Windows guests currently use a display-only driver. And the consequence of that is that we don't have access to the individual window buffers, only to the image that Windows has pre-composited for us. And that works most of the time, but it can have some problems. Biggest, from what I understand, the reason that for those problems is that the stacking order in the guest does not necessarily match the stacking order on the host. And the stacking order on the host is not known to the guest, and in fact, with Wayland, doesn't even exist. So, so the only good solution is to write a full, not just a display-only driver, but a full driver that is the kind that you would use if you are a hardware writer. You would make if you were a hardware writer for a GPU. But that's a whole lot of work because you have to do rendering yourself. At least that's my understanding. If anyone here knows more about the Windows stuff than I do, feel free to correct me. But the good news is that someone is already writing a full Windows display driver model for VirtIO GPU. And that'll avoid this problem if we use VirtIO GPU. Now, Windows also does have absolute positioning. So again, we'll need heuristics to deal with that. But you know who else has to deal with this problem? Wine. So the Wine developers will have to come up with a solution. I think they already have. And whatever the solution they came up with is, we can just use the same algorithms. So, GPUs. Mark alluded to this one as well. Back in 2010, most programs were fine with just software rendering. The GUI toolkits didn't really bother with GPUs back then. The main things that used GPUs were games and CAD. At least that's my understanding. And also large-scale data visualization. But nowadays, toolkits just assume that a GPU is there and is usable, for instance, both GTK4 and Qt Quick use OpenGL by default. And this is a good thing for 99% of users, because let's face it, the 99% of desktop Linux users don't use Qubes. Obviously, we'd wish that number were lower, but as is given the way things are, for the vast majority of their users, using OpenGL and therefore by making use of GPU acceleration is a good thing for performance. And that means also better battery life on mobile. And also, and yes, GTK4 is working on a Vulkan renderer, in case you're wondering about Vulkan. And also, new Qt apps generally use Qt Quick, not Qt widgets. That's just from some discussion with KDE developers. So what is the result of this? Well, applications wind up falling back to slow software emulation. Mesa does have a pure software implementation of OpenGL and Vulkan, LLVM pipe for OpenGL, Lava pipe for Vulkan, and it works, but it's not as good. GPUs, the CPU is not where most of the compute power in your system is nowadays, at least for on most systems. The GPU is. GPUs also have more memory bandwidth, and they have fixed function units that are specifically there to accelerate graphics. My understanding is that a mid-2010s, I guess 2015, 2016 or so, Intel integrated GPU is about as good a GPU as an Apple M1 CPU emulating a GPU, and uses a lot less power. So an increasing display resolution, such as 4K displays, and also increasing refresh rates, is just going to make this worse, because it's going to mean more graphics rendering required, and it's going to be harder and harder to do that in software. Furthermore, software rendering performance isn't getting any better. It's actually getting worse. Why is that? Because the way you want to do things if you're rendering in software and if you're rendering in hardware are different, and applications are moving more and more towards using the GPU and optimizing for the GPU, and that is not what you want to do if you are optimizing for CPU rendering. GTK has a software renderer, it's the Cairo renderer. In GTK4, it is not fully functional. It will just break if the application uses 3D transforms. It's deprecated, and it's eventually going to be removed. Qt Quick has a software renderer as well. It's also not fully functional. I think it's, in this case, this time it's particle systems that are not supported, I think. It also lacks certain optimizations like partial repaints that Qt widgets did. To give you an example of how this impacts users, because in reality, every distro winds up using the OpenGL renderers because they're the ones that actually work and are the ones that are faster for the vast majority of people. LibreOffice, if you use the GTK backend, winds up being really, really slow, as I think was reported by Frederick. I managed to get someone to do a benchmark for scrolling in GNOME text editor on a Ryzen 3 CPU, so a fast CPU. This was on a messy text file with stuff like control characters that had to be rendered as boxes because they weren't in any fonts for obvious reasons. And with GPU accelerated OpenGL, by the way, sorry if I'm speaking too fast. With GPU accelerated OpenGL, it wound up using 0.5% of CPU. With the deprecated Cairo renderer, it used 1.6% CPU. With LLVM pipe, it used 22% CPU. And this was on a pretty fast processor. On my own personal machine, the Cairo renderer got 20%, took 20% CPU. And LVM pipe took 80% CPU. Obviously, that's a lot. We can't keep software rendering fast, not without resources we don't have. GTK Upstream doesn't care. They only optimize for the GPU case. Qt Upstream only sort of cares. They have a software renderer because of embedded systems where the GPU isn't there or doesn't work. But it doesn't do partial repaints, and it has fewer features. Developers are using stuff like 3D transforms and other features that on the CPU are very expensive. On the GPU, they cost next to nothing. So the result is that we can't maintain and optimize software rendering support in every toolkit. There's just too many toolkits out there. There's not enough of us. And besides, I don't know if anyone in this room has the relevant skills to do that anyway. We're security people. We're not graphics experts. So the only other way to keep things fast is for guests to actually be able to use the GPU somehow, which would obviously be nice. You don't want most of the compute power of your system going to waste. I mean, who would want that? So, but how can we make that reasonably secure? Because if it's not reasonably secure, we can't ship it. The answer is, well, it turns out that Google had the same problem, because Google uses virtualization on Chrome OS, and that is definitely a security boundary there. And they have to expose GPU acceleration to the guests for performance reasons. And the current solution they're using is to basically is API level pass through, which nobody likes and which has not great performance and is terrible from a security perspective. And so they came up with a way to fix this problem. And that is Virtio GPU native contexts. So what are they? Well, basically, what they do is they expose the kernel driver API, which is hardware dependent. So basically, they allow the guest to make ioctls on ioctls to the GPU device node on the host. And there's a bunch of tricks to make it fast, like doing everything asynchronously. And as a result of this, performance is awesome. Now, the big disadvantage is that it's not portable. It only works with drivers that have been explicitly made to support it. So right now, what are those? As far as, well, the answer is, last I checked, only Qualcomm GPU support was upstream via the Freedreno driver. Intel GPU support is being worked on, as is AMD GPU support. NVIDIA users, sorry, but due to Nouveau limitations, it wouldn't really make sense. At least that's my understanding. And proprietary drivers aren't going to be supported regardless of vendor. So that's the situation there. Now, on the other hand, other upstream drivers could be supported. GPU hardware virtualization support is neither required nor used. So what does that mean? It means you don't have to buy a fancy data center card. You can just use a plain old consumer card, which means that it works on the hardware that people in this room actually have. It means that you don't have to statically partition resources. You don't have to say this VM gets this many GPU compute cores and this much VRAM and so on. No, they just allocate what they need, and if there's not enough, they get told no. And now, is that a perfect isolation? No, but it does work, and that's a big advantage, that it actually works. Now, for any of you who aren't necessarily familiar with how GPU drivers work, there's a user space driver which has things like the shader compiler in it, because GPUs don't run shader languages directly. They have to be compiled first. And then there's the kernel driver, which takes the low-level commands and sends them to the GPU to be executed, basically, and is responsible for ensuring that contexts can't stomp on each other. The user space driver is where the vast majority of the code is, and it's not generally considered to be a security boundary. If a malicious shader can cause, I don't know, say a buffer overflow in the compiler or something like that, that's not typically considered a vulnerability. Except in the context of WebGL or WebGPU, that'd be another thing. I don't know who would technically be assigned the CVE there, but the point is you'd rather you'd rather put that on the untrusted side. And VirtIO GPU native contexts do exactly that. The user space driver runs in the context of the guest process that is using the GPU, just like in the normal non-virtualized case. And so there's no more attack it's not part of the attack surface. Only the much smaller kernel driver is exposed to the guest. And even then, most of the vulnerabilities in it wind up being mitigated due to how VirtIO GPU native contexts actually invoke the kernel. So, the big question, can we turn this on by default? How many more vulnerabilities is this going to expose? Is this safe? Well, is there an easy answer here? No. So this is the best I was able to figure out. GPUs are complex. In some ways, they're actually more complex than a CPU. I did a look through the i915 driver Git logs in Linux between Linux 6.5 and 6.5.51. And it looked like there were about 16 security fixes, but of those, only 7 were for issues that could potentially have been exploited via VirtIO GPU native context. The rest were mitigated. And that's where the 7 comes from here. It's only approximate because I might have missed some, or some might not actually be exploitable. This runs into the classic Linux doesn't issue security advisories for individual vulnerabilities problem. And there's no real way to fix that other than changing Linux's culture, which sadly we aren't going to be able to do. Now, during the same period of time, there was one vulnerability in Qubes-specific code. That was the QRexec, the memory corruption issue. And there were 7 security advisories from the Zen team, most of which were actually CPU vulnerabilities involving speculative execution. So the conclusion is that enabling GPU acceleration roughly doubles the risk. Just, is that a scientifically derived number? No. Is that? I don't actually. That's just the best guess I could come up with. I guess you could say that it makes sense, though, given that it's you could say that there's the driver for the GPU, just like Zen is essentially the driver for the CPU. But it's still a very rough estimate. I suspect that newer drivers that have a more modern architecture are going to have fewer vulnerabilities once they're mature. That would be, for instance, Asahi, which is the Apple GPU driver being worked on by Lena, the Z driver, which will replace i915 eventually, and PanCSF, which will eventually, which was the new version of Panfrost for newer ARM Mali GPUs, and other newer drivers like that. But only once they're mature, because immature code tends to have a lot of bugs. So, what's the conclusion? Well, the conclusion I came to, and which I think Mark agrees with, is that GPU acceleration should, at least for now, be off by default. But users should be able to enable it, because without it, a lot of users just can't use Qubes. It's too slow. Or it's maybe their app takes forever to run, maybe their program can't produce a reasonable frame rate, or maybe it's just too jittery and too janky for them to be able to stand working with it. But however, so the next question is, how do we make sure that GPU rendering is reasonably secure? Like, how do we harden it as much as we can? So the first thing is to only support native context, not the classic VirtIO GPU. The classic VirtIO GPU worked like WebGL and WebGPU do. You pass commands to the VMM that runs in user space, and then that called the user space driver, and then on the host, and that called the kernel driver. Of course, that has a massive attack surface, probably piles and piles of bugs. That's not even worth considering for Qubes. So, yeah. On the second one, the second point I have here is about media operations. It turns out that that's actually not as important as I thought. For one, they're not actually exposed, to the best of my understanding, via VirtIO GPU native context anyway. But if they were, and if you wanted to get, then the firmware that is involved in media stuff could potentially be an attack surface. And on Intel, though, one can simply choose to not load it, which means that hardware media operations don't work. But that's a trade-off. The really annoying one for the Qube security team, at least, is the third one. Linux releases every week, and they don't issue advisories for specific vulnerabilities. You just get a notice saying, hey, release X is out, all users on this branch must upgrade. So unless we know someone who can give us a commit by commit, like here's the security fixes and such for the relevant drivers, the best we can do is to assume that every week has a new security fix, even though in practice, I suspect most won't. And to be clear, when I say most won't, I mean most will not have a GPU driver vulnerability fix. There'll be security fixes elsewhere, though. But we still have to assume that, even though it's not actually true, because it's a conservative assumption that we have to make. Is it fun? No. But the likely thing we'll have to do is that when the user clicks the button to say enable GPU acceleration, it'll also opt them in to a repository that ships a weekly kernel update directly from upstream. At least that's the only reasonable way I can think of. Now, this last one is potentially interesting. If you have SRIOV on your GPU, it should be possible to use a virtual function to back VirtIO GPU rather than a physical function. I don't know if anyone has ever tested that. I guess in theory, I don't see a reason why it couldn't work. But again, not test. I don't think it's ever been tried, as far as I can tell. Now, there's some caveats there. One is that the driver domain that runs VirtIO GPU needs to have arbitrary read-write over the VMs that it is providing services to. AMD is VirtIO GPU. For some context here, VirtIO GPU was originally created for AMD. Originally created for KVM. AMD is porting it to Zen, but they are not using the grant-based VirtIO feature that was created for more secure VirtIO with Zen. They're using the old-style VirtIO, where the backend has to be able to read and write arbitrary guess memory. And that's less than great, but I think the cost, the effort in not doing so has been deemed not worth it. And so this might require enabling multiple IO recs and IO rec servers in Zen, which currently isn't security supported upstream. Maybe it could be. It's probably a giant mess. But anyway, this is just an idea. There's one other factor here, and that is that because it doesn't use SRIOV in and of itself, VirtIO GPU native contexts do not prevent the guess from causing the GPU to crash, or specifically hang in a way that requires the GPU to be reset to recover from. So what will be necessary is to say, hey, VMX just crashed the GPU. Now VMX doesn't get to use the GPU any longer until the user presses a button. That way it can't just do a persistent denial of service attack. So now we start getting into the more fun bits. VirtIO GPU, as I mentioned, mitigates most vulnerabilities in the host kernel drivers. The user space part always uses kernel handles correctly, so handle lifetime problems can't be exploited. All the ioctl calls are serialized, which, by the way, is not a performance issue. Those are not that common. And so races in the handlers can't be exploited. 90% of native, that is non-virtualized performance, is typical. 90% is expected. 98% is typical, which is awesome. And the host user space part is tiny and might even be rewritten in Rust. Google is going to be maintaining this for Chrome OS, and Spectrum's going to be using VirtIO GPU as well. Qubes doesn't need to maintain it, and VirtIO GPU is already part of Google's bug bounty program. And once native contexts are used in Chrome OS, they will be too. So that answers the question of if it's a security boundary. And also, you can use this to hardware accelerate sysGUI, which means you don't need GPU pass-through anymore. And that's going to be awesome because GPU pass-through has all sorts of issues. VirtIO GPU also supports cross-VM Wayland. It's already used in Chrome OS. It's going to be used in Spectrum. And it is orthogonal to whether GPU acceleration is present. So that means it can be used for all VMs, even ones that won't be getting GPU acceleration. X11 applications are supported via guest-side heuristics in either Sommelier, I probably butchered the French there, or Wayland Proxy Virt WL. Puck, Puck, this is where your name dropped. you mentioned that Sommelier has problems, but that Wayland proxy virtWL works well. Some compositors do expose dangerous protocol extensions like WLR layer shell or screen reporting, but those can be easily filtered out in a proxy, either as part of the host side VMM or separate from it. Just as a note on terminology here, because VirtIO GPU comes from KVM, it uses the VMM at the terminology here being that the VMM would be the host user space part of this, as opposed, it's referring to that, which if you're using KVM would be like QEMU or Cloud Hypervisor or something like that. Proxy can either be part of that or separate, and Wayland proxy virtWL exists and is easy to extend by writing OCaml code. So now here's the even more fun part, is that there'll be new use cases for Qubes where you can do things that you couldn't do before. Image and video editors that use GPU accelerated rendering will render a lot faster. GUI apps will now render faster, and hopefully some games will hopefully even be playable. Now, disclaimer here, gaming is not a primary focus of Qubes and won't be. We're not going to try to circumvent anti-cheat, for instance, and we don't have raw input support yet. But at least some games hopefully will work. And that'll be awesome. So now, what about, so now that I'm done with graphic stuff, next part, media, Pipewire. Pipewire is taking over media on the Linux desktop. It's replacing Pulse Audio, and Qubes OS already supports it. It turns out there's been some issues on at least some hardware. Hopefully, I think those are all fixable though. Basically, some of the smartness in Pulse Audio needs to be ported to Pipewire. And it's already the default in certain templates in 4.2. Pipewire is also replacing Video for Linux 2 for video. Why is that? Because, well, there's a few reasons. One is that if you have something like a MyPy camera, like that one that supports the MyPy standard, or if you have one of the other complex cameras, and I think in practice a complex camera is one that's not USB video class. Those need complex image processing done on the host and user space as opposed to in the on-device firmware. And therefore they aren't supported by the Video Linux for Linux 2 API, but they are supported by libcamera and therefore by Pipewire. Pipewire also supports multiple clients, so two different applications can use the same camera or other video source at the same time. And Pipewire also supports screen sharing. In fact, Pipewire is and specifically the XGG portal interface that relies on Pipewire, is actually the only way to do screen recording on. Am I starting to bore people? Okay, thanks. Is actually the only way to do screen recording on Wayland with any degree of portability. Some compositors have compositor-specific protocols, but the way you're supposed to do it is via the portal, which also does nice things like pop up a UI saying, what do you want to record? Which is good because it means that doesn't have to be part of the QRexec policy. In fact, at least in theory, we could set the QRexec policy to allow and let the portal do the prompting, I think. That said, the only one caveat is I'm not sure if there's a way to tell the portal who's making the request. But that would be a nice UI thing. Also, so the conclusion is that Qubes Video Companion should be integrated with Pipewire. Now, to be clear, that is not proxying the Pipewire over QRexec. The Pipewire protocol has way too much attack surface for that to be a good idea. It's just not the smart thing to do. But what it does mean, what it would be is that having Qubes Video Companion use Pipewire instead of using Video for Linux 2. So what would the advantages of that be? Well, it means you don't need the out-of-tree v4l2 loopback kernel module. It means that you can support multiple concurrent video sources, such as recording your screen, such as sharing your screen while you're on a video call. And it means that you can have multiple concurrent video syncs, like sharing your screen to 2 different programs at once. So, who here has done a voice or video call with Qubes and had problems like, I can't hear you, or I can't see you? I know I have. Yeah, that's obviously most of us. Well, good news is that with Pipewire, we can improve the user experience here, which I have to say is so bad that that I've been told to just, like, people have said, just use the Chromebook, or just use this person, just borrow a Windows machine or just something like that.
That's how you know someone is using Qubes. They have audio problems.
Yeah, well, it shouldn't be that way. Audio and video calls in Qubes should just work. Obviously, there needs to be a permissions prompt, but that's all. So how do we make that happen? Well, many applications don't handle device hot plug properly. Hot plug meaning inserting the device when the application is running. So therefore, applications should always see that a microphone is there and that a camera is there. And when they try to use it, that's when the user should be prompted. Until the user says yes, it should just get all zeros, which is equivalent to a camera that has a shutter in front of it, or a microphone that's muted. And since those are, and applications obviously should be handling those properly. Now, that also sharing the screen from one VM and obtaining video from a webcam should just work, even if you do both at the same time. And also, the XGG portals for audio and video capture should be fully supported. They should prompt on the host, not in the guest. And in those cases, we don't have to say provide a fake device, because the application doesn't get access to Pipewire until the prompt is accepted, which is awesome. So next thing is, well, KVM's a lot bigger of a deal now than it was 13 years ago. Should we switch to it? Or should we not? Well, first off, the advantages of KVM. KVM has broader hardware support. It supports Power now. It supports RISC-V now. It's part of Linux, which means it knows about all the various hardware quirks Linux does. And it basically, the only things you need for KVM are you have to have booted Linux, your CPU and firmware have to have hardware virtualization extensions enabled, and KVM has to be imported to your CPU's architecture. And in practice, what that means is that if you can run, usually the systems on which you can run KVM are a superset of those in which you can run Zen. At least that's my understanding. And that superset is proper. Also, if you look at non-x86 system on chips like RISC-V or ARM, Linux supports a lot more of those. I see you got 10 minutes left. That should be plenty. I think Qubes definitely should support non-x86, and obviously Joanna Rutkowska wrote the whole x86 considered harmful paper, which should have all the reasons why. Now, Zen does actually have ARM support upstream, but it doesn't have support for PCI pass-through on ARM yet, or at least it's still in very early development. But there's also ARM SoCs have a lot of different platform quirks. Stuff like, and by platform quirks I mean things like a bunch of non-standard IOMMUs on Apple Silicon, or for instance, or maybe some devices aren't behind an MMU at all. For instance, Apple Silicon's GPU, and things like that. So, and Linux is likely to be being taught about all those quirks. Zen probably hasn't. So I suspect that each board would likely need some changes to Zen. And that's rather annoying. KVM's also receiving more investment. Most Vert investment is for KVM on servers, at least that's my understanding. Client side, Chrome OS uses KVM. Android is going to be using KVM for its virtualization. It actually uses a patch version called Protected KVM for various reasons. The main place you see, my understanding is that most Zen development nowadays is actually for embedded systems, where Linux is a liability, because you can't safety certify Linux. So, for instance, VirtIO GPU and Rust VMM are both KVM first. KVM also has nested virt support, which at least on Intel x86 is pretty good. And on x86, KVM better uses the hardware features, so performance is better. And I think Google is, or at least was, working on moving certain emulation things out of Zen and KVM and into user space. And KVM also reuses a lot of Linux. For instance, a KVM guest is just a Linux process that uses /dev/KVM. Any process with access to /dev/KVM and that can make the needed ioctls can create a guest. Guest memory is fully pageable unless you mlock, and resource controls like C groups and LSMs, Linux security modules like SE Linux work as you'd expect. So why should we stay on Zen other than this is what we use right now? Well, Zen's more secure. It's got a world-class security process. It's got much better defaults. They actually issue security advisories when there's a vulnerability and not just silently fix it and say all users of branch X have to upgrade. And it's much easier to see what code deals with guest memory and could potentially be compromised with it. It also has much better support for inter-VM communication, for isolating the device model, driver domains, stuff like that, which is nice. And Qubes uses those things a lot. Also, desktops are soft real-time systems, unless you're doing like high-level audio stuff, then it's hard real-time. And Zen is better for soft real-time workloads. It has a scheduler credit too that's designed for such workloads. It doesn't do paging of guest memory, which means you don't have to worry about random memory management code paging out guest memory, and then something that the guest expected to be just a memory access is suddenly a full page fault and has to be pulled in from disk, and suddenly all your timing guarantees are gone. And overall, Zen's design is just more fundamentally sound. Zen also has better driver domain support. The running backend drivers in untrusted VMs is well supported. The Linux front-end drivers distrust the backends. If there's a security hole in the backend, in the front end that allows the backend to take control of the front end, that's considered a security problem and promptly fixed. Whereas in KVM, the front-end drivers didn't really trust the front end until I think fairly recently, the front ends couldn't be in another VM at all. They had to be in a different process on the host. Now there is VirtIO vhost user, but I don't know what the security situation is there. Probably not very good. And it's unclear which, if any, VirtIO drivers have been hardened against malicious backends. And even if they have, which for the ones that have been, how the heck do you say the backend is untrusted? Please do bounce buffering and such like that. Zen's got much better device model isolation support. QEMU's got a lot of attack surface. Qubes OS uses Zen stub domains to isolate it. KVM has no analog of that. The best you can do is Linux kernel-based sandboxing. Now, if you were to use something lightweight like Cloud Hypervisor, that might be more okay, but guess what the Windows situation is? You have to use QEMU to prepare the Windows image first. Well, guess what? You can't redistribute that Windows image you've made, so everyone has to do that on their own machines. Not great. Yeah, you can use nested Burt on Intel, but that's slow. So which is better overall? I'd say on x86, Zen is definitely still the better choice. On power, once the power port's ready, I'd say that's likely to be the case as well. But on ARM and RISC-V, where you've got a lot of different kinds of system on chips from a lot of different vendors with a lot of their own quirks and such like that, KVM might be the better choice because of better portability. And so we might need to support that. That assumes we decide to support those platforms at all, obviously. Now, the last thing, rise of immutable systems. A bunch of various different distros and stuff like Android and Chromium OS and Spectrum OS and Mac OS are immutable. You don't update the OS in place, you replace it. And you can use delta compression and such like that to avoid having to download the whole thing every time. This means that you can have atomic updates. If something fails in the middle of an update, you're either running the old code or the new code and not some mismatch that may or may not work. It means that everyone's running the same code down to the individual bit level, down to even the device on disk level. That's the same as the thing that was tested. So should Qubes add itself to this list? Well, to me, the biggest advantage of immutability is that you can extend secure boot past the boot. Android, Chromium OS, Spectrum OS, Mac OS all use cryptographically verified boot volumes via DM-Verity or or some sort of equivalent to that. And if the boot image is tampered with, the system will detect it. You'll get -EIO on read. That means that remote attestation, that you can attest to the state of the entire system, not just the initramfs. Which means that not only was it secure when you entered your LUX passphrase, it is secure up to the log. It is secure even past that. And now there are a bunch of caveats here related to the fact that Qubes is a user-controlled system and not a centrally managed system. But at least in theory, we could have the builders check that Marek and Simon made their Git tag signatures while running a recent version of Qubes. You can even do rollback prevention, so an attacker can't roll back the system to an old insecure version. But also, there's obviously the reliability advantages. And I think we should eventually make DOM0 immutable once the other issues can be sorted out, especially once we have everyone using sysGUI. So here's my dream for Qubes. 100% Wayland native with most stuff running natively on Wayland. Guest side heuristics are used for most X11 applications and Windows 2 for that matter. For really badly behaved X11 applications, we could use rootful X Wayland, which can run literally any of them. Okay. I'd also like to see it GPU accelerated, but enabled by default only with modern drivers and only after being continuously fuzzed. And I'd like to see the host OS be immutable. Questions?
I have one question in regard to the GPU acceleration.
Yes.
There was a mention of sysGUI.
Yes.
You were talking about the situation where domain 0 has a GPU attached and runs a full-screen Zephyr window, or the one where a VNC connection is used?
I was thinking most likely a full-screen Wayland compositor like Cage, but yes, the former, obviously not VNC. Puck.
I'm Alyssa.
Oh, sorry, Alyssa.
You mentioned that you would that you'd like to see a GPU, if there's a GPU crash, that you say that VM isn't allowed to access the GPU anymore. How
Yeah.
did you identify which application or which VM crashed the GPU?
That is a very good question, and probably would require some discussion with the GPU developers. I think there's a concept of guilty context versus innocent context, which is used for that, but I'm not sure.
Thanks.
Marek?
Yeah, so I have a whole list of questions.
No apology needed.
First, a quick interesting fact about unikernels and self-hosting. I think Genome OS do that, but they are kind of cheating by simply porting VirtualBox as one of the applications. Yeah, but for the frequent kernel updates for GPU accelerations, there is one more aspect to consider. If you do weekly kernel updates, it means also users need to reboot their system every week. It may be okay in some cases, but for many users it will be very inconvenient.
Wait, really?
Yeah. Well, you have a lot of applications open.
Okay.
So,
Sorry, I hadn't considered that because I reboot my system every day, so.
yeah, there are different use cases, you know. So I think for this case we'll need something to make it more convenient. Maybe suspend VMs, reboot the host, and restore VMs, or kernel live updates if they can be reliable enough, or something.
Yeah, I don't think kernel.
Another kernel.
Yeah, but you still need to keep the VMs, like applications you have open in VM, to survive this, for this to be convenient for the users.
Yeah.
So this is actually some cool stuff that is Amazon doing. Zen live updates. So they are doing live migration between old and the new version of Zen in place, so you can update Zen version similar to kernel live.
I don't
Very
think
cool, but just proof of concept, right?
it'd be awesome if that could be used for Qubes. But anyway, I don't think kernel live patching is going to be an option here, and the reason is that to do a kernel live patch, you have to know what exactly you're patching, and if you knew what exactly needed to be patched, you would actually be able to follow the normal security process. So I don't think that's the other options though are still feasible with kexec to avoid having to go through the host firmware. As far as now, there is also the possibility that you could somehow hook in with the GPU driver devs and see if you could persuade them to let us know when there's a security fix, but that seems mostly theoretical to me. Yeah, so
as for AMD and Virtio, you mentioned that they're using this non-grant-based Virtio.
yes.
I met on the Zen Summit person who is working on that in AMD, and I tried to convince them to use grants, and they kind of agree, so maybe we will see that.
Yeah, it's certainly nicer, but it's more effort involved as far as implementation wise.
But with the current approach, they also hit some issues. So grant-based approach may solve some of.
Oh, that'd be good.
Yeah, we'll see.
Last question.
Okay, so I have some broad one. So with Virtio GPU, the guest site need to be specific to the GPU you have physically on your system.
Yes, but that's not a significant requirement in practice because all of the distributions ship all the drivers.
Yeah, that's that's not a problem. I'm thinking about the privacy aspect.
Oh, dang it. Yes, that's a good point. So I think I'd say it's pretty obvious that Unix VMs should have a do not give this GPU, do not let this VM use GPU acceleration tag. And
Okay, so thank you, Demi.
Marta. I work on user experience, user interface stuff in Qubes, and I want to talk a bit about why UX is important for Qubes, but also for other security-minded projects, and more generally to talk a bit about how to approach the whole designing things for human thing, which is something that we as developers, we as security-minded people often have a bit of a problem with. Because the thing is, we are making things for humans, and the problem with humans is that they generally do not operate how we would like them to operate. Human brains are not logical. Well, I think they're perfectly sensible, but they don't often behave like we would like them to behave. We can make a lot of even small changes to make our user experience, to make the way we use our programs, our tools, much more pleasant, much more simple, and that is really helpful in making people actually use our wonderful, beautiful, secure tools. We often approach the problem of usability from this fake dilemma standpoint. There are two ways. One way is super powerful, great tools that can accidentally explode or cut off your legs like a chainsaw. It's great if you need to cut down a tree, but it's very dangerous. Or, on the other side, there are tools for those useless people who need a tiny nail file that they can't hurt themselves with. But this is not a good approach. Even the very powerful chainsaw needs some security built into it. We don't actually build a chainsaw in a way that enables the user to very easily cut off their legs. They can still do that if they try. But we do still have a lot of safety guards and a lot of ways in which we design things to make them easier to use and safer and more secure to use, even for the more advanced users. Because the thing is, humans make mistakes. Even clever humans make mistakes. Even the smartest person in the room, the best hacker, they all make mistakes. We cannot design things, we cannot make things for people who do not make mistakes, because those people don't actually exist. We have security protocols for everything. If you are, for example, if you have a fighter jet has a lot of protections against pilot errors, even though those pilots are very well trained. And when we are making stuff for like Qubes users, we are not as trained as fighter jet pilots. We don't have drills to make sure that we always click on the correct thing and we always use the correct VM and we never make any mistakes. Mostly because that sounds like a lot of work and people don't work like that. People don't want to do this amount of work. When we make things that are secure for people who behave perfectly, we are making insecure stuff. If your software, if your system assumes that it's going to be that humans are going to be perfect, that they will read everything, understand everything, well, you made something insecure because people don't behave like that. And what is obvious for me, the person writing something, may not be really as obvious for the person using it. Why people use software badly? There are the simple reasons, and those are the reasons who apply to everyone. Even if you think at the back of your head, no, I actually use my software correctly. I think about what I'm doing. I'm not like those other people. You still can be in a hurry. Or you can have a yelling child or a cat who is like, hello, attention now, please. So you cannot design for people who never have those problems. Everybody can be in a hurry. Everybody can have a loud child, loud neighbor, any sort of problem. We have to assume that the people who use the things we make are going to make mistakes. And there is a lot of background, scientific background that supports those things. Paying attention is a hard thing. People don't like paying attention. This is one of the reasons, for example, why there are so many problems with automated cars. Because if you put a person in a car and tell them, just supervise what's happening and react if something is going wrong, people are going to suck at this task. Our thoughts will drift. We will not focus on things. When you give somebody a computer system and ask them to constantly pay attention, they are not going to do that because we are not good at paying attention all of the time. Our attention wanders. Also, and this is connected, we tend to automate things. We learn that, okay, to do these things, I just click here, here, and here, and I don't really read what happened. If, for example, something changed, there was an update, and stuff move around, you'll get a lot of people being like, oh no, I clicked on the wrong thing. There was a different button here. I got used to the button being here. This is wrong. So if you are changing things, better make the changes big enough so that those automated reactions will not happen. And the most important thing, we work on our goals. Most people are not using the computer to use a computer perfectly. This is not the point. You are using the computer to do something. You are using your software, you are using Qubes to get some result. And if your software is standing in your way, you are going to find ways to work around it, ways that might be insecure. One of those things that very often happen and that you have to design with those things in mind, and I mean design, even when you are making a completely command line tool, those things happen. If there's a very long warning message, a lot of people won't read it. They will read the beginning, the end, maybe. Or if there is a window that says, are you absolutely sure? Because if you do something, something will happen. Yes, whatever. Just let's go. I used to teach people software, and very often we had this problem when people were like, oh, nothing. I clicked and nothing happened. Then I look at them, and yes, there was an error window saying, this cannot be done. Click yes if you want to abort the operation. And yeah, they clicked yes. It's not important. It's just a window. Go away. People only read only the one paragraph that looks relevant in the docs. People look for shortcuts because we want to get to our goals. And that's why UX is not just making things pretty, although making things pretty is also important. Pretty is more pleasant to use. It's also about protecting people from themselves, protecting people from mistakes, encouraging good practices. Like an example that I find very good of how not to do good UX in the command line tool is crontab, which has a -R switch that removes the crontab file and -E that edits it. And if you look on the keyboard, E and R are just next to each other. So it's very easy to use the wrong one. Sure, it makes perfect sense, but it's not great at protecting people from themselves. And this is one of the things that we are doing in Qubes in the shiny new global config stuff. Not everything is permissible. Not everything is possible. You could do a policy that has allow clipboard paste and target set to something else, so that whenever you try to paste from personal to Vault, that it copies automatically to other VM. But it's confusing. People will make mistakes with it. You don't want to have things that will cause people to make mistakes and maybe have this perfect use case for a very rare corner case. Corner cases can take care of themselves. Most people should not get things that make life harder for them. And also, we should never say, but it's documented. Nobody likes to read documentation. I mean, most people don't like it. 99% of people. I know that there is somebody here who likes it, but 99% of people don't like it. I, for example, had this beautiful problem very recently. I was installing I was trying to flash my motherboard, and I couldn't turn on the UEFI secure boot. The option was not active, and it turns out the documentation told me that I need to first use the reset secure boot keys option, which was not the thing that I wanted to do. I wanted to turn on the secure boot, and I was very confused because those two things don't have anything in common, and because I'm a person, I didn't really read the whole paragraph. I was like, okay, I can do it, but this makes no sense. And this is not a good design. I know why it's like this, but it's not helpful for people who want to achieve a goal, who want to have it working. The developer wants to have it do perfectly what the developer wants, but the user wants to get through the boot and go to the computer which they want to use to do something. And as I said, I wanted to show 2 examples of the Qubes OS stuff, of those principles that we tried to use and 2 redesigns that happened. One was the updater, which was, it had all the information. It was my fault, actually. I designed it back when I didn't know how to design anything. So I'm to blame. That's why I redesigned it now. Everything was here, but buttons were tiny. You had to click on things precisely. You did a lot of clicking, and people didn't want to do a lot of clicking because nobody wants to do things when they could be not doing things. You had this option to enable updates for cubes without known available updates, but you had to click it and only then choose those cubes. And what does exactly updates available mean? It was not great. So that's why we redesigned it, to have more information, to have less clicks needed, to do the thing that we want people to do, and we want people to update their stuff. So this time, there is less clicking. There is more explanation, like last checked for updates, last updated, things that you may want to see when you are doing this. Everything was previously available in Qubes, but it wasn't available at first glance. And also things are bigger, which is also nice, because clicking precisely into things is not that easy. Also, as Marek mentioned, now we have progress. Progress is also nice. Progress is, it's not necessary. It doesn't actually add any functionality, but it makes using more pleasant, and that means that people are more likely to actually do the thing. Because if updating is this opaque process that happens, takes some time, you never know when it will finish, you never know if it's happening or not, you don't want to do it, because it's unpleasant, even if you know you should. And also, more information about what happens after you update. Using color codes, because colors are nice and simple. Of course, it cannot be the only thing. Some people don't see colors very well, so we cannot rely on it. But it's nice to see, oh, something good happened, green, something bad happened, red. What will happen if we do something? So that's why I try to stop using the just finish buttons and have buttons that say what will happen if you click them. Because as I've said, people don't like reading things. So when you see this, you will just go, oh, button. I want to exit. This is a big button. I want to click it. And when the button tells you what's going to happen, it's more likely that people will know what's going to happen. And also, settings. Settings are the place when there is more text, because you have to explain some things. But that's why it's a very good idea to have settings that as few people as possible need to change. When you really want to, you can, but it would be nicer not to have to do it. Another thing that we have been working on is a policy editor. There is a nice graphical tool, yes, but there are still problems because sometimes people need to edit things manually or want to edit things manually, and some of us are the sort of persons like, okay, I really want to do things. Just by editing the text files. And it's not fun with policy. It's hard to find the documentation, this is one thing. If you just Google it, you can land on the old Qubes RPC policy documentation, which is not helpful. If you break something, then suddenly your policy stops loading, also not great. So that's why we added a policy editor that is just a text editor, but has those very simple functions that are needed for policy. It will not let you save broken policy, for example. It's not a tool, again, this is also an example of design, and even though it's not a shiny tool with just one big button, it's also a way to make things easier for people to achieve the goals without accidentally breaking something, accidentally shooting themselves in the foot, and also it has some help to have it available when you need it. So, as a conclusion, how to design things for security. Make the happy path, about which more in a second, pleasant, easy, and secure. Make things simpler. Don't put things only in the documentation, and if you do, make it clear in the user interface, and know your users. Yes, I'm talking very fast now. What is the happy path? Is the best case scenario. The one you want to happen. If it's not the path that users generally take, it's not a happy path. and you need to rework the way you are making things. You need to ask people what they're doing and try to adjust the way software works so that the thing people actually end up doing is also the thing you are designing around. It cannot be like, I know what people should do, and if they're using my system wrong, it's their problem. No, it's your problem. For example, when we were making with Nina the new Qubes menu, we put the normal app cubes exposed in the main list and hid the templates and the system cubes because people less often need to run stuff from the templates and the service like sysUSB and so on. Another thing is sometimes you want to make life harder. If you really need a button that explodes everything, it should be hidden. If you have a tool to remove a cube, make sure the person has to write down the name of the cube again so they don't accidentally remove something they cannot restore. Or when you have DOM0 settings for in the manager, just hide stuff that doesn't work. This is something that I would like to work on in the future to make less things available here. Just not just make them inactive, just turn them off. Yes, I'm very quickly going to the end. Another thing, add explanations. Add links to documentation if it's possible. Don't give people a situation when they don't know what's going on and they have to Google for it, because it's not exactly the easiest thing to do. And also, know your users. Ask people what works. Ask people what they actually do. And the most active users on your forums, on GitHubs, might not necessarily be the most representative group, because it's not easy to talk in such spaces. So it's good to actually try to ask people, for example, in surveys, when they can answer without registering, or like put the survey on your website when people actually go. We had very good success with making a Qubes survey when a lot of people who answered clearly use the system very differently from the way the hardcore user group that is here uses it. And it's important to design also for those people, because if your target group is just the most hardcore of users, it's a tiny group, and it's not going to work very well in the long term. Yes, okay, thank you very much. Questions? If I have time. Okay.
Do we have time for questions?
One question.
I'll go for it. I think having links to documentation are an excellent idea when it's in DOM0 and then the link, how does that work?
Disposable VM.
Okay, cool. And do we feel like we'll ever have locally hosted documentation?
I would very much like that, Marek.
Why are you looking at me?
Yes, I think this is possible. Or like have a cube that's for the documentation. But yes, I do hope it's possible at some point. Marek.
If I can standardize markup for notifications, then yes, we can do it.
So what version those changes will?
4.2.
4.2.
Yes, I think everything that was visible here is in 4.2, right? Right.
RC3 at least has those.
Yes, exactly. Exactly, it should have those.
Pablo
First of all,
here,
this one
and
isn't a
today
live
I'm
one.
going to be
People
talking to
online
you
are
about some
viewing like a
onboarding
pre-recorded version,
tutorials.
so,
This time, just video tutorials. That
yeah,
I'm
you can
working
say
on.
whatever you
And
want.
I think the name will be Cubes from Zero to Hero. They're still not published by the time that you're seeing this, but this is something that I've been working on for the past few months. So I wanted to share my progress. In the previous summits, I've presented my master's dissertation, which was on making an integrated onboarding tutorial for Qubes. And so when the user would start Qubes for the first time, they would see an option to enroll in an onboarding tutorial. And if they chose to do it, then it would take like 5 minutes and guide them through opening cubes, copying something from one cube to another, and shutting the cubes down, and explaining along the way basic concepts like what is the meaning of the colored borders. But as I was working on this as an academic work, it felt that it was a great idea in theory, but too costly in practice, just like a lot of things are in academia. And it would be really good to have this, but the thing that I got to, like the idea that I got to at the end was that it would be too costly to maintain and to ensure that it always works, because this would be the first experience that people would have with the system. And so anything breaking would immediately lead to a bad first experience. And the tutorial itself, it integrated with a lot of different components. And if one of those components failed, then the whole experience could be bad for the person. So I thought at the end that it was probably a little bit too hard to maintain. And with all the other things that the Qubes team already has, I felt that this was an over-engineered solution. And there may be better, more pragmatic approaches. For example, making video tutorials. This is the reason why I didn't advance with the project more, but the code is still available if someone wants to pick it up and try to implement something. And in 2022, last year, I was talking about the need for better learning resources for Qubes OS, because we all know it's a challenging system. And if we don't have someone onboarding us onto the system and like explaining to us, or we're not good at reading lots and lots of documentation before actually going into it, we may have a rough time. And so I talked about the need to have some sort of like structured approach that considers the learning trajectory of the user. So starting with the most basic things, for example, starting with how to open cubes, how to close them, why does it take some time to open them, before actually introducing more complex things like templates or anything like that. Because the user, when reading the documentation, like it's pretty tough, because when you're going into documentation to learn about something, you actually hear about a completely different concept, and then you have to go into that concept to understand, then another one, and before you know it, you've lost track of where you were in the beginning. And for people who are not willing to invest into reading documentation for the first time for maybe 2 or 3 afternoons, it's really hard to get started. People who do daily use Qubes are really the only ones that are in the position where they can build these kinds of tutorials, because distro reviewers or other Linux YouTubers generally are good at reviewing systems, but Qubes is so complex that it's easy to make mistakes when explaining to someone how it works. And regarding the tutorials, they're broken up into 3 parts. The first part is actually just learning the basics about Qubes OS. So how do you actually use it? How do you open an application with it, for example, your work virtual computer? How do you copy something from one to another, or for example, copy the clipboard? Basic things that you'll need to do almost every day. In the second part, we'll talk about how to manage Qubes OS. So how to create new virtual computers, how to connect them to the internet in certain ways. So for example, you can have one which is only connected to the Tor network that actually protects your anonymity. And you can have another one which is connected through the internet through a VPN or something like that. And most importantly, also installing software, because that's something that we all need, and eQubes is a little bit different. The third part is actually about maintaining your system, but it's actually just doing software updates and doing backups. As long as you do these things, you can keep your system up to date and you're relatively safe, both from malware and from accidents. But without further ado, let's just get started and go into the tutorial itself. You start the first time and you have the personal cube, the untrusted cube, the vault cube, and also you have the work cube and a couple of other ones that don't matter for now. And you click on the start button and it takes a couple of seconds to start. And now it's shown. But any other application that I open in this cube, since it's already running, you can see that it's bold, whereas the other ones are not. This means that it's running. And I open, for example, Firefox there, another application, and it's just going to open immediately. Any application that started within a certain cube is always going to have that colored border. That's kind of enforced by the system. On a traditional operating system like Windows or Mac OS, you just have to plug in a USB stick and you're done. Just open the files and then copy them over. But in Qubes, you have multiple virtual computers. So you actually have to choose which one you want to attach the USB stick to. So how do we go about opening this file safely? So you can see here the file. I can right click and convert to trusted PDF. Because I have two potential browsers, one for personal, one for work. Like from the websites themselves, you're not really that protected. Because while some technologies like cookies do remain within each browser, other technologies like browser fingerprint, there is already a cube that's pre-configured to access the Tor network. Unix is its own project, but it's shipped within Qubes by default in this Unix. It's essentially an operating system that comes pre-configured to protect your anonymity. Anything more serious, you need to use the Tor browser. And so here we have like the work cube, and you can see that it connects to the internet. But before doing so, it goes through this one, sys firewall, which firstly ensures that if there is any firewall rules, that they're applied. By default, Qubes comes with a cube called Vault, which is disconnected from the internet. You can go here to the settings, and here on the right are the ones that are on the menu, and on the left are the ones that aren't. We just move KeyPassXC, which is the name of the password manager, to the right, and then click OK. And as soon as that's done, you will see here KeyPassXC. The username is demo, the password, I'm going to type it here. Now for the password, I can't really paste directly because within Qubes you have that extra step, that extra protection. So now that it's copied, I need to do like Control-Shift-C to copy to me, and then Control-Shift-V to copy to personal, and then like paste. And now it's there in Qube. In this case, I'm going to go here to Appearance, Arc Darker. Now it's kind of like a more traditional Windows style menu. Now it's a bit complicated to kind of put your own pictures on the desktop because you have to copy them from whatever cube you have into DOM0 or the admin cube. And that's kind of like the most trusted, most safe part of your system. This is now your system and you make your own. I hope you liked the fast cut of what the tutorial is about. I have that part done mostly. I'm now working also on the second part, which is about managing cubes, and I have that mostly recorded as well. Although there are a few things that are still getting polished in 4.2 that I want to have like just as close as possible to the version that will be released. And I am starting to work now on the third part, which is about updates, upgrades, and backups. Anyways, this is all work in progress. Hopefully in the next few months, I'm going to publish everything. But during this, I ended up also doing kind of an introduction to Qubes OS and a teaser, so people can actually see more concisely what Qubes OS is about. And I hope you enjoy it. The computer where you have your family vacation photos is probably the same one where you visit random untrusted websites. This is not ideal. You're putting all your eggs in the same basket, and if something happens, your whole system gets compromised. You may lose your family vacation photos, someone else may have access, or your work may be lost. The impractical solution to this is having separate devices. For example, some people are lucky enough to have a work computer and a personal computer, and if something happens to one, it only affects that one. But it's pretty impractical, especially if you have more than two. Already copying files from one to the other, there are always situations where you need to do something that relates to the other computer, And Qubes OS actually gives you the possibility of doing all of this with the convenience of having one single computer. Qubes has been around since 2010, the year of its first release, and it has been endorsed by security experts and also famously Edward Snowden, the whistleblower who blew the whistle on mass surveillance by the US government and others around the world. And more importantly, it's free and open source software. Free as in price, you can just download it and use it, or you can buy a computer that already comes with it pre-installed, which would be my recommendation, or you can also have freedom, as in people can see what is the code, how does it actually work, and there is a community of experts and developers who take a look at how Qubes works, improve upon it, and scrutinize if there is any problem with anything. But it's much, much more than just isolating virtual computers. It also allows you to copy something from one to another or have, for example, clipboard shared, because it's highly impractical if you have two different physical devices and you have to copy a file from one to the other. It also gives you the ability to attach USB devices, for example, and when you connect to the system, unlike Windows, for example, where it just opens and sometimes you can auto-execute malware, you actually have to choose which virtual computer you want to connect it to. And the same goes, for example, for webcam and microphone. When you have Zoom, for example, installed on your work virtual computer, it actually can access by default your camera and your microphone. So if you don't trust Zoom, you're always the one that's under control. You can just go and click to attach the webcam to the work cube, and the same for the microphone. It also gives you the chance to work with potentially malicious files in a way that doesn't hack your computer. So if you have a file that you don't trust, you can just right-click it, open a disposable virtual machine, and it will open in a virtual machine that's completely new, that's maybe disconnected from the internet if you configured it that way. Last but not least, you can also have one virtual computer that's disconnected from the internet, where you can keep your password manager and important files, at the same time that you have another virtual computer, all within the same physical device that you can actually use to visit the internet. But not all of this is actually black magic. Qubes is made of software, and software has bugs, and some of these bugs can actually have security vulnerabilities. But what Qubes does is it's built with security from the ground up. And especially when it comes to isolation between virtual computers, it's as good as you can get on a desktop operating system without actually buying multiple physical computers and having all of the hassle that has. So this is what Qubes can provide. And it may take some time to actually get started using Qubes OS. Even if you're using Windows or Mac OS and don't know a lot about computers, you may actually be in a better situation to get started with Qubes OS because you're learning from the ground up. And someone who already has a lot of expertise and comes, for example, from a Linux background and they know a lot about computers, they may feel like they need to relearn a lot of skills that they had. And so keeping that in mind, as long as you have the willingness to learn, the time to do it, and also ideally someone who can help you in the beginning who has been using Qubes, that may be the perfect situation to get started in Qubes. And if you don't have the time and the willingness, then Qubes may not be for you, and that's okay. Not everybody needs Qubes OS, and sometimes it's best if people stay within their comfort zone and they actually try to be as safe as they can in the operating systems that they are in, rather than just jumping into an entirely new operating system and just being overwhelmed by the whole experience, not being able to do a lot of their work that they had to do, and also by missing on critical security updates. But if you are willing to learn and taking the time, then Qubes may be the perfect solution for you. So now that you've seen the video tutorial, Pablo here, and today I'm going to be talking to you about some onboarding tutorials. This time, just if you know a lot about computer forum or somewhere else, just tell me what you think and what could be improved. And hopefully this helps some people get onboarding onto Qubes. But now I'm going to be talking a little bit more about the behind the scenes and how to actually edit video on Qubes OS, because I actually recorded everything within Qubes OS. So I had two systems, one which was the one that I was using to show how Qubes works and everything, and another one where it was all recorded, and it was quite an adventure, and this is what I wanted to share with you all. Probably there are better ways of doing things, but I just wanted to share it because it's something that I haven't seen anyone doing on Qubes. Video editing has been a passion of mine for a long time, and as a Qubes user since, I don't know, the past 7 years, I haven't really had the chance to edit video like I used to in the past. So I was kind of craving a system where I could edit. And so I'm someone also who doesn't usually go too low level. I'm generally someone who likes to be at the intersection of technology and end users to try to understand how users use their systems and how they struggle and how I can make that better. And so these was kind of like the bar from which I started looking into this. And in the end, I managed to build a computer that has that is very similar to the Fidelis guards done by the Dasharo folks, and which has also core boot, but is slightly higher spec, an Intel i9-12900K, and has with 64 gigs of RAM, and I got myself a GTX 4090 NVIDIA with GPU pass-through. This is actually what allows me to do video editing without any problem on Qubes OS. It was quite a challenge to come here, but I finally ended up on a setup that at least works for me, and hopefully it also works for other people. And so this is just a simple overview of the system, but I'm going to go through it. So I have two computer screens, one for the graphics card. So I have the graphics card plugged into my computer, and then the HDMI out connects to the second monitor. The other one is attached to DOM0, or where you can see all of the other VMs. And I've had luck mostly with the Manjaro template. It was the only template that actually I was able to get the NVIDIA drivers working like by default. I didn't want to mess too much with command line stuff. Then I have a GPU_editing VM where I have all of the user applications, and I'm able to actually edit video offline on the system, which is still internet connected. As we all know, this is one of the unique features of Qubes OS. And then I connect from sys-USB, for example, a capture card, which is connected to a second computer, and then a mouse and a keyboard dedicated to the GPU_Manjaro VM. So I have two sets of keyboards because it's just easier if you have a dedicated keyboard to do video editing. And this is what the whole setup looks like with the two computers. So on the top, we see the video editing VM on the left, and that's just a VM running on the video editing desktop on the top right. And to this VM, I have connected some audio interface, which is, for example, for putting in the microphone that I'm using right now. And then I also have a capture card, which I use to record the screen of a second computer. And then I also used the DaVinci Resolve USB dongle, because DaVinci Resolve is the video editing suite that I'm using. And I think it's the video editing tool that works the best on Linux. And I mean, we're all coming here from a free software background, but in the video editing space, proprietary solutions are really the most production ready ones. I was considering, for example, trying to edit video with Blender, but it didn't seem that it was super ready for prime time, and KDN Live and I think some other ones aren't as stable as I'd like to. And just in terms of features, DaVinci Resolve is really one of the best, and they don't seem to have a too predatory pricing. So they basically allow me to get a license on a USB key. I guess it works like a hardware token. So I just plug this USB key into this VM, and then it basically like automatically licenses it. So I can just start the program, and it actually even works fully offline. So I don't need to mess up with licenses or anything like that. And so for the capture cards, it's actually just a pass-through card. So it records everything that I do in my demo computer at the bottom. And so I can just talk to the microphone and just play along with the computer, like explaining things. But here, one of the key parts to actually being able to record proper video for Qubes is to have, or from what I found, is to have a 1440p screen for the demo machine. And the reason for this is because when people are seeing the video on a screen, they will actually be seeing it probably on a lower resolution device or smaller in size at least. So for example, on their mobile phone, or even if they're on the browser, they're not going to see it full screen. And so it's very important to have everything a little bit bigger. But with Qubes, it doesn't really have fractional scaling. So you can only scale up 2x or just the regular size. And if you do 2x on a 1080p screen, it's going to be laughably big and it's going to look pretty ridiculous. So the trick here is to have a 1440p screen, which is between 1080p and 4K. And it's actually the resolution that I found that 2x size, or at least bigger fonts, like they still look good enough. And then because it is like I'm outputting a 1080p video, you can actually zoom into the 1440p video and it still looks pretty sharp. So this was the little trick that I found that hopefully others can also use if they're recording video tutorials. And this whole setup is pretty crazy in terms of hardware, but I think it's also possible to do with less hardware. So for example, the capture card can probably be replaced with just sending an FFmpeg like executable or binary to the demo machine, because after all, you don't care too much about that DOM0, it's just for demo purposes. And then you record the video there. At least some people in the forum have been able to do that. And for video editing, you may also be able to just use the free version of DaVinci Resolve. And there are a bunch of optimizations that don't necessarily like need to go as need to be as full blown as I did here. For example, a lower end graphics card would probably just work as well. And this is what it looks like in practice. I mean, I'm kidding. It doesn't look as disorganized, but it's a lot of cables, a lot of things going around. But it's manageable. But there are a few caveats to this whole system. So firstly, about the operating system, I commented that Manjaro was the only one that I found that had driver support out of the box for NVIDIA graphics cards. I also tried Nobara, which is supposedly a Fedora version that's focused on gaming. I don't care about the gaming part, but I wanted the graphics capabilities. And it kind of worked, but it's also a bit buggy. I also tried Ubuntu, Fedora, and I think a couple of other ones. But only with Manjaro was I able to actually get this set up pretty easily. But this is something that I'm probably going to talk to a few folks here, and they're probably going to tell me, "Hey, did you try this?" And which was probably going to be a very obvious idea that I didn't think about. So I mean, I'm open to that kind of feedback. And when I tried to install the Qubes VM GUI package, it wouldn't work and it would break my install. So I'd have to restore from my clone. But I think like having this would be pretty ideal. And so this is actually the reason why I have to use a second monitor. And then to get the audio to work well, I had to install Pipewire. But this setup has some pretty nice advantages compared to just having a single video editing computer with just running Linux or Windows or whatever. And I think the primary one is just being able to edit video offline, right? So many journalists who do documentaries or some other kinds of video reporting where they have all of the source material on the computer that they use for accessing their email, for doing everything else there. And if their computer gets compromised, very critical and very sensitive video footage could be leaked. And so this is really something unique about this kind of setup. But of course, that's something that we're used to because we're all Qubes users. But the other advantage is that you can actually easily back up and restore the video editing setup. So, I mean, I'm not talking about the footage. Probably that's best saved in an external drive or something. But for rolling back versions or just setting things up is super easy with Qubes. So, for example, how I was doing this was I was just creating clones as I was going through the process of installing things, and if something broke, I would just restore from the clone. And because the template is separate from the app VM, the user data is still preserved. So I could just break the template, or I don't know, I could do something wrong there, and I would just switch to another template, which actually worked. And this separation ended up being pretty nice for this. And lastly, I think it's pretty freaking cool the fact that I was able to, or anyone else is able to, set up a Qubes system for video editing. But maybe that's just me. And on the bad side, it was quite a lengthy setup, and it install had some tricks, and it was many weekends to actually figure everything out. But hopefully now I've shared enough of the things that I've learned that it's easier for other people. And it also is a bit bad because templates break on updates sometimes. And I think this is just a consequence of this being Arch Linux and the rolling release and the Qubes tools not really being able to handle all of the changes. It's something that's known to happen to Arch templates. That's why packages are typically frozen on the Qubes templates for Arch. And lastly, the PCIe devices annoyingly get a random order on boot. So if I have my graphics card attached to a certain cube and I start my system, it may or may not work. And the reason for this is because if on that boot the graphics card is in the perfect position, it's going to show the desktop on the second screen and everything like that. But if for some reason it didn't get in the proper order, I will have to reboot the full system until it's actually in the right place. So what I typically do is I just, whenever I get it to the perfect position and the VM starts perfectly fine, I just suspend it and keep on suspending until I feel like it's time to actually restart the full machine. But that's how at least I get the system to a pretty workable state. And lastly, I'd just like to talk about the ideal setup, because I'd love in the future to be able to recommend journalists and other at-risk people who have video editing requirements to be able to edit Qubes so that they can have a VM where they can edit video offline while still being able to check their email and everything else in a way that they're slightly more protected than in a traditional operating system. And so I'd really love for there to be a GPU pass-through ready template where the user would just install the template and be able to actually use it for video-intensive applications or GPU-intensive applications. And then I'd love for there to be a one-screen setup. So where you basically have Qubes VM GUI package installable, and where I could, for example, start just the video editing tool on the same screen as everything else. That would be pretty ideal. I mean, this is probably not the most important of changes in the Qubes OS overall operating system, but I think it would be pretty nice if these things were to happen. And of course, I wouldn't have gotten here alone. I'm just standing on the shoulders of giants, right? Lots of people have already contributed to this, and that's why I was able to achieve this relatively easily. Firstly, I'd like to thank the Qubes team and all of the Qubes OS contributors who actually made the system possible. And then also Dasharo and 3MDeb for porting core boot and certifying modern hardware, which was actually a trigger for me to be able to see, okay, yeah, I should go for this right now. And otherwise, I would have probably not risked investing into such a beefy machine. And lastly, Neowitran for the GPU pass-through guide, which was pretty freaking useful, and everyone else behind the effort who have contributed to the guides, who have contributed to debugging and everything like that. And with that, I hope you enjoy the tutorials in the future. I'm just finishing wrapping them up, and so hopefully in a couple of weeks they will be published on YouTube, but I'll probably put them on the forum so everybody can see. But yeah, that's about it.
coming in 4.2, the changes that were in fact already done. And this is a new thing, I think, that I'm currently working on due to some generous funding from the prototype fund. That is, fix the way we are using devices on Qubes, because it's a mess, frankly speaking. The plan for this talk is, first, I want to discuss some problems that, oh, sorry, the first sentence is cut off. To explain some of the biggest problems that appear when talking with people, the problems that also appear again and again in GitHub issues, on the forum, but also in user interviews. Show some proposed designs that I hope to improve the situation. And then, during the design session, I want to talk with all of you to gather feedback on those designs, but also listen to what you have to say on how you would improve the situation, or what you think is terrible, bad, no good, and we have to fix it. The after lunch was because I apparently cannot count time. That happens. So, current situation in devices in Qubes is bad. It's confusing, first and foremost. It's maybe not as confusing as installing software. I guess this is the next big problem. But it's still very, very opaque. At least the situation is not as terrible as it used to be a couple of years ago when there was just a flat list of devices. Now at least they are divided into a bunch of categories. But it's still very difficult to figure out what do you actually have to do. If you connect a USB stick, you can get anything from 2 to a bunch of devices. And okay, which one do I connect to what? What's happening? It's hard to pass visually what's happening. It's often not that easy to click on the thing you want to click on. There is something.
Sorry.
Oh, okay. And there is a lot of tickets being reported about it. I've collected some of them. If you want to contribute to this whole device UX project, there is a GitHub project that's called just that, and you can see the current collection of problems. And yes, one of the big problems is how USB storage is handled. And this is a big problem because USB storage is something that people constantly use. It's one of the most natural ways of moving data from one point to the other, well, except from cloud storage, which is a whole different story. And this is something that I hear a lot from users, from even experienced people, like, yeah, so I never know quite which one to use, but I've learned that usually if I connect the last one, it works, or usually if I connect the first one, it works, but it doesn't work in my Debian template. Oh, it works in my Fedora template. I don't know why, but that's just how it is. So this is something that I want to fix. Yes, it's all in the docs, but as I've said before, this is not a great solution because then people would have to look for it in the docs, and there is nothing in the widget, and nothing like in the system itself that tells them connecting a USB stick is hard, actually, and you have to read about what to do with them. And also, this is the problem. People don't want to learn how to use, how to handle connecting a USB stick because they want to do something with it. It should not be as complicated. I want to hide a bit of that complexity because this is not great. Another pain point is microphone and camera. There's constantly problems of, oops, I forgot to connect my microphone again. Like, I guess that like half of the time we are making calls within the Qubes team. There's somebody who's like, oh, can you hear me? No, you can't. Oh, right, I have to connect my microphone. Oops, as a tiny thing. The procedures are different for external microphone, built-in microphone, whether to use a Qubes video companion, now how to use it, what should I do? It's complicated and confusing, and I don't want it to be so complicated and confusing. And there's also like the purely visual problem. Everything's super small. It's very easy when you want to detach a device, it's very easy to accidentally click on a different cube and attach it instead. This is also something like multiple people I have talked with mentioned that this is terrible. I wanted to click I wanted to detach a device, and I actually connected it to my Vault, which should never get any devices. This is bad. It's a good example, the whole devices widget, of a tool that does exactly what it is supposed to do, but it's not designed with actual humans using it in mind. It is, all the data is here after all. Everything is visible. What's the problem? Well, the problem is that the people who are using it don't really want to have a PhD in Qubes handling, device handling in Qubes, and they also want to just click fast on things. And there's also a problem of a lot of repetitive actions. This USB stick always should be connected to that cube. Another cube should never get storage devices or microphones. Okay, I attached a USB drive and I need to make a new disposable cube, attach a USB stick. Oops, I closed the terminal too soon and now my cube is closed. Okay, let's do it again. Oh no, I forgot to unmount a drive before detaching it. Is it bad or is it good? What's going to happen? Those are maybe not big problems, but they add friction. And this is something that we really don't like when using things. This is also something then that you could see in Diplo's tutorial. There is a lot of friction in using Qubes. You have to understand a lot of concepts. And what I would like to do is to smooth out a little bit of that friction. Not everything is likely to get smoothed away, but you know, baby steps, baby steps. We make one thing easier, then another thing, then another thing. Hopefully, at some point, Qubes is going to be actually user-friendly. And of course, there are pain points of actual security. As I've said, oh no, I should not have connected that USB stick to that cube. That's bad. What happened with my PCI devices? Why my system no longer boots just because I don't know, put in a new graphics card or something? Give me back my mouse because my USB cube crashed or something. Of course, there's a lot of different problems. There's a lot of tiny problems. This is a big part of the issue. This is not just one thing. Like when I was adding the global config thing, it was mostly just let's make a thing for interacting with policy. Devices are a lot of tiny subsystems. There's a different way we are interacting with PCI devices. There are different ways we are attaching USB devices. We need some more, we need to fix a bunch of tiny problems to have one better functioning system. The big ideas that I have is, first and foremost, make common interactions easier. This is, recalling my previous talk, this is the happy path. I hope to make as many of the most natural interactions as easy as possible, requiring as little repetitive, boring, prone to mistakes actions as possible. And those typical interactions, again, judging from what I gathered in user interviews, is connecting storage to a cube, making calls, opening storage in disposable cubes, and this is like maybe a meta interaction, connect a device to a cube you always connect it to. Because this is my stick and I always connect it to the same cube. And I always make calls from one of 3 cubes. But of course, we cannot make it too easy. Because too easy, as the Windows approach, everything has access to everything. What could possibly go wrong? And devices can be very, devices can cheat you. It's not easy to say what actually is a device, which USB stick, is this USB stick really the same one as I've used before? So we cannot actually like completely obliterate the complexity because then we would get rid of security. So unfortunately, this can't happen. But one big thing that I really want, and this is the part when I introduce some of my new designs, is to make smarter notifications. This is something that a lot of Linux-based systems are using more and more. I think GNOME is very fond of those. Have notifications that offer you a chance to do something. Because, okay, cool, we get a notification new device was found, but what should we do with it? What now? Okay, I have a new device, where do I click? So I do hope to offer some way of offering like those typical most common actions to be available already when you connect the device. Again, this cannot be made automatic because this is a problem with USB devices. You never know if the device is what you think it is. The device has, the only ways we can identify a device is what it tells us about itself, and those things are easily forged. Like a device can say, hey, I'm a mouse and I'm a USB stick. Believe me, trust me. So we cannot just automatically attach, probably, I don't think this is going to be secure if you automatically, for example, attach a USB stick to a cube, but this gives you a chance to do it with less clicks, with less chance of making a mistake, and I will come in a second to how I want to configure it. Oh, and also a quick note. All the mockups that I'm going to show here, because this is something sometimes not obvious for developers, this is a picture. This is not a program that I've written. So if you want to tell me things like, how did you code whatever, the answer is I didn't. I drew a picture. This is just a bunch of squares and text on it. It's much faster to make a design as pictures, and then once you iterate, then implement it. So yes, those are just, this is just an SVG image. And I have a bunch of ideas on redesigning the whole widget, because as I've said, okay, that was the happy path, the simple path, but people will still use a widget. And I would like to hear feedback. There is 3 ways of redesigning the widget I was thinking about. I named them very boringly Alice, Bob, and Carol, because those are security names that are simple to think about. And this is my first idea of a design. As you can see, it takes up more space. And this is very much a conscious decision. Because usually, and again, if I'm mistaken, please tell me, usually we don't have that many devices. And this bit of visual separation makes it easier not to click on the wrong thing. I am putting the name of the USB cube or backend cube, that can be DOM0, a bit in the background to make it a bit less visible. I also want to expose a bit more things like settings or help. This is also this is a revolutionary idea that the Qubes does not like to use, but I do hope to actually introduce it. Help. Have some information on the things you are clicking on. I know this can be very radical, but I do think there's future in that. There's also a bunch of small technical issues, small technical pain points that people have been often complaining about. If you have a very long device name, and devices have very random names often, whatever the manufacturer put there, the name of the cube was being cut off. Terrible. I want to introduce some icons, because icons make it easier to just tell apart the things we are looking at. I want to start using the storage devices instead of block devices, because more than one person was like, I figured out that block devices mean just things with data on them, but I'm still not sure what it actually means. So again, I don't want to expose names that are confusing. And at least one of those people was actually a fairly experienced programmer, so it's not just silly designers. But this is still quite complicated. I'm also thinking another version is a minimal version that hides the backend domain. Now is the question, of course, how much is this insecure? And this is something that I would like to hear feedback from all of you. That just shows you the names of the device and maybe the cube a device is connected to. This is my Bob, because it's the shortest one, and this is the shortest name, and this is shortest. And this is like the third, more balanced version, in which we have slightly less information without the details about the backend cube, just the name of the backend cube.
Help is missing.
Yes, help is missing. I'm sorry. This is a problem when you are just making pictures. You may forget to put something on the picture, but the help will be there. I do want help. I want a place for people who are like, I have no idea what's going on, to be able to click and read things like, so this is what happens when you click attach.
And settings to disable them.
No, no. Yes, I do want to add more device settings. And again, I'm focusing on the UX part. So what I want to do is enable some way of banning connecting some of all devices to certain cubes, because this is another of those pain points that a lot of people mentioned. I don't want to accidentally connect my super untrusted USB stick I picked up on the parking lot to my Vault cube. I want to have a simple way to ban it. And how is going to be implemented? Probably some sort of policy, but this is another issue. And here is also a way to pick the default disposable cube template for devices. The thing like what I wanted to put in the notifications when you want to open your when you want to connect the USB stick to a new disposable cube, on which template should it be based. And this is what I want to put in the actual attachment. And important, on the favorites, how you choose them, I'm going to talk in a second. But I do want to separate all the cubes that are running and the favorite cubes, so that there is slightly less chance of accidentally clicking on something. Exposing the attach to a new disposable cube option. And I think the next should be settings, sorry. Oh, yeah, I'll go to the settings now. And this is the problem, because what actually is a device? As we said, we cannot reliably, uniquely identify USB devices. The only thing we can use is this maker type, model, size in case of block devices. But still, if we just want to offer suggestions, as in this, favorite cubes that are offered in the notification as connect to me, then I think this is enough. This is not as insecure as it would be if we connected them automatically. If the user has connected a camera and the camera suddenly says, oh, hi, I'm a USB stick, I'm a USB storage, then the user may notice, okay, this is surprising. But it can allow us to do some things more easily. Again, if, for example, I always connect this USB stick to this cube or those 3 cubes, I want to have a place to choose them. I am not sure if writing here down that this label and those settings will apply to all devices with the same maker, model, and type, if this is going to be enough. Because, again, how many people are going to read the red box with an exclamation mark? Not all of them, unfortunately. But I do hope that this is a direction we can go through to make things a bit easier for people. Oh, and again, and if we are detaching stuff, I do want detach to be a separate action, and detach and then attach to another cube as another action, because this is something that a lot of people complained about a lot, because, oh, I wanted to detach and instead of I attached. That wasn't a good design choice. Oh yeah. Sorry, I've already said that. So yes, we can, as we don't know that much about devices, this is the best that we can do. And I also want to add some other convenience things. This is especially for you, Diplo. I think you were the one who asked for it. So to add a button to start sysUSB or start multiple sysUSBs if you have more cubes that have connected USB controllers, because otherwise you're just like, where are my devices? What happened? I don't understand. So this should at least give some information that, oh, that's what happened. Another thing that I want to do, again, there is no perfect solution, but I would like to have an option for cameras to attach with microphones, so that if you attach a camera, you also attach a microphone, because those things can often be connected. And it's very strange if you connect just camera and not a microphone. This option should exist. Sometimes it may make sense, but perhaps a way to attach with microphone would be a good thing. There is something that I think Demi has mentioned, that there is a way to tell that a cube really wants to record voice or get camera image, and we should probably react to that in some way. This is unfortunately, as for now, out of scope, but this is also on my list, long list. And there are also other devices that I also want to expose more clearly. Like if we have a USB mouse, let there just be some sort of information what's going on. Yes, the way that it should work is use policy, use Qubes input, but this way at least the user will have some chance of being like, oh, so if I just connect my mouse to a cube, this may not work as designed, because this will not work. If you just connect your mouse to a cube, you are going to have interesting side effects. I think the mouse cursor is not visible or something like that. It's not going to work well. Please give users some information. Or in case of U2F keys, give a hint where to look for things like Qubes U2F services. More feedback, more information. All right, so those are my proposed changes, and during the coming session, what I would like to do is to hear feedback, comments, improvements from, yes, this is a bit shorter, so yes, so I don't know if you want to take a small break and then go straight to design session in which I'll take questions and discussions and everything about
there is some need for redesigning because if we don't have mic stuff you can take, so
all right.
Probably we'll have to speak to these mics, and if someone wants to take part, speaking in design session should be like more in front of the room, because otherwise we will not record it.
Okay.
Unless
someone doesn't want to be recorded, then they can sit on the back end. Yes.
I have one comment.
Okay.
Yeah, so maybe I didn't make it super clear on the tutorials that I was talking about, but the more that can be solved within the system, the less I have to explain and the better overall. So this is like more a patch on top. It's for many people it's better than the documentation, but it's
But it's still all the same problems of just put it in the documentation. Exactly. Nobody wants to read the documentation.
Just put it on the video.
Yeah, just put it on the video. Again, this is a way to work with, and we cannot just, I don't think we can achieve cubes that just self-learnable, that you don't need any sort of outside information to start using it, because it's a complex idea. But we should have as little as possible things in the outside resources. All right, so 10 minutes break and some design. my presentation here, so if somebody wants to refer to something, I can scroll. No in use and the one I found on a parking lot.
Previously used, maybe?
Previously used.
Because last use just sounds like it only lists one cube.
Uh-huh.
Previously used maybe includes just multiple. But
Yeah.
Yeah, or prompt when you connect it to a certain VM, like, do you want this to be a standard option?
Uh-huh. This is something that I'm a little afraid of, because this adds a bit more friction, another click to do. So,
Once is what I meant. Like, say for instance, this is the first time I'm putting this Kingston device into my laptop, and then it asks you, and you connect it to a certain VM, and then it asks you, like, do you want this to be the standard thing? I don't know.
I understand what you're talking about. I would be a bit afraid of people not doing it. I guess this is perhaps nice to explore. Because again, thinking of the, once you connected the device, you want to do something with the device. And it may not work very well if you ask people to do something, because it's like, you connected and now you mentally go to the other step and there is this prompt saying, oh, do you want to connect? Yeah, whatever, no. I'm a bit worried about that, but I think this is a good idea to test it. Interesting.
Or maybe at this stage add some checkbox, remember the add to favorites or this, or something.
Maybe.
Sounds like a complex flow.
Yeah, it sounds like complex. This is the problem. Like, adding things to favorites is actually quite complicated.
What is block device?
Oh yeah, it should be a storage device. This is, as I've said, this is a picture, and I clearly, yes. So this is note for me. Fix Protos.
Does this thing support searching for text on the diagrams?
I'm afraid you can send a feature request to Penpot about it.
SVG are searchable.
Yes.
It's XML, right? Sorry.
I will not be editing any more images with Vim. I would like to know that this is a story from a while ago in Qubes when we first got our wonderful UX designer, and she was like, we had those padlock icons. She was like, okay, I don't like those. Is there any way I could see the icon, like fix them, replace them? And yes, I could point her to a block of code in Python that just generated these images on the fly. And the designer's like, yeah, no, no. Yes, so, yes?
Given the question with the block devices, I saw on the photos you had some Edgeworld phone listed. Those aren't block devices. Do you want to
No.
use them?
I want to put them in storage devices because this is what phones often are, or net or other devices if you are connected it as a modem.
Or camera.
Or you can connect the phone as camera.
I heard.
I'm terrified. Yes, anyway, from what I've tested, you could use the option of when I connected my phone, it said, okay, do I want to be a storage device? And if I connect it like that, I want to show it as a storage device.
But then usually isn't exposed as a block device, but as some
MPT something.
MTP.
Yes, and this is, I think, something we should fix to have it actually work. I found a bunch of tickets that say it's not really working right now.
And it should.
I think it was.
No.
No.
And the other thing is that
No.
we should. So, I think the most annoying thing here that I can think of is that the USB standard stinks.
Yes.
And does not require each device to have a cryptographically secure identity.
Yes,
Then,
I
but
agree.
It's not essentially true. It's like with USB-C you have authentication and attestation coming.
But that's for Thunderbolt, not just USB.
But you know, this is one step. Like
Yeah.
It's
But the thing is,
improving, but we
at
have-
this point, what we have, and like for a while, we will have a lot of devices that do not support
yeah,
it.
we will need to deal with USB 2 at least for the next 10 years. or
Exactly.
something.
Yes.
Going back one, like to the prompt, the notification prompt when sticking in the USB, are we ever going to surface and have as an option opening in a offline disposable cube, aka being very clear, and potentially shipping with two options of disposable templates, one being non-networked and one being networked, because they're two very distinct use cases of using disposable cubes, one of which is opening untrusted USBs, opening untrusted documents, blah blah blah, and then the other one is visiting.
Upgraded porn mode. Yes.
Yeah, whatever. So. So this would be a very nice way of surfacing that fact, because I think it's very confusing for folks, and they are very surprised sometimes to realize that it is a networked disposable cube that they're opening that PDF in.
Yeah.
This is actually a very good point, and I think that shipping cubes with a default template, offline disposable template, it's probably called that.
Yeah, I'm not sure if we still don't do that.
Yeah.
Default
No,
DVM.
we don't.
Okay.
No, we don't.
Default DVM should.
Yeah, default DVM, the rename of default DVM was actually motivation to just have not just one, but two, online and offline ones.
Oh, so that didn't happen.
Yeah, but
Yeah, exactly. And so, for example, right now I'm one of the developers of Danger Zone, the Freedom of the Press Foundation, and I'm sad to say that an advantage of Danger Zone over QVM opening in DVM with PDF is that it actually does the conversion offline, which shouldn't be an advantage. So I totally
Yes.
that you're having, but it's at the same time like when you have your default configuration, like the more cubes you have by default,
The harder it
the
is to
harder
handle.
it is
Yes.
to
Yes, although I think online DVM, offline DVM, this is like put it in the name, expose it. Yes.
I was thinking, how about like having the devices and being able to drag the device to like a graphical presentation of the VM or something? Do you understand what I'm trying to say?
Very cool feature. User will like it, but I don't know.
I don't
How hard it could be.
Oh, actually, dragging and dropping in all the graphical.
I wanted to ask about something similar to adjust suggestions for device based on the currently active window, but maybe you can simply take a device and drag to the window of that VM.
Can we? Okay, go ahead.
Could we do it?
I'm not sure.
I mean, this sounds like my problem, I like this flow. The problem with it is the problem with many drag and drops. The thing is, drag and drops are great, but very few people know how to use them. Because it's not exactly clear that you should go and drag and drop things. And because we don't have a tutorial, because it's hard to make one. I mean, I like this idea, but that would have to like a very big help button.
Well, you can have a text next to the device, grab it and drop on the.
Or like the grabbable handle.
Yeah, something.
Can we?
It's easy to do with a mouse, but is it convenient with touchpad?
Yeah, I think it is.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Can we have a way to block most DOM 0 reboots when there's a USB device plugged in, so that it doesn't pop the firmware the next time the system reboots? If you're
I do not understand the question. I'm sorry. Like, I think this is a problem that UX person. I don't understand what DOM 0 reboot and USB devices have in common here.
What they have in common is that if the user is not using Desharo, then or if they're using something that's not a certified system, then when during early boot the firmware is dealing with USB devices and could potentially be compromised by one of them, because everything sucks.
But that does not relate to user experience.
Yeah,
Yes.
focus on the.
It's. I think it's a completely different problem because.
Oh yeah, you're right. This should be handled transparently to the user.
Yes, this is a different problem. Yes, I think. Michael?
One other question I had was, it wasn't clear to me from the mock-ups if there's been a clarity of approach around how to handle encrypted storage devices or like helping users navigate when they should be attaching the container versus the partition.
Oh, this is, I think, a very good issue.
We actually discussed this.
We did?
So there, for each device, you have in practice at least three on storage device. You have three options.
Yes.
Three options. One is the USB device. One is the block device as a whole, and third is partition. And I think we in the graphical interface for the happy path, we should hide partitions and attach only whole device, because that's what people usually expect.
Yes, and also this works best with all sorts of file managers.
Yes.
And also it allows us to set no part scan in sysUSB after booting.
Yes, but that's, I don't think that's, that's the backend part.
Is it other people's experience as well though that for a non-encrypted storage device, connecting a part by partition is most effective, or is it also fine to be doing it at the container level?
Yeah, generally I think
that
from
would
the
solve all problems.
it should be just one thing in the interface. So
So no connection of the partition to the.
Not in the graphical user interface. If
or
you
maybe
want to,
some
or
submenu
some menu, yeah, because.
Or maybe they have to then go into File Manager and then they see the multiple partitions revealed after having attached the.
Or maybe in the menu when you like select the device and then you choose the attach everything and then like advanced or something like
or
that.
Something,
something like that. Yeah, because for example, some file manager, I don't remember if that was not Nautilus or something else, had problems with automatically mounting if there was no partition table, like the wrong file system on the device. You see,
automatically
there was
mounting.
a device on the device list, but if you click on that, you get an error. But if there was a partition, then just clicking on that works.
Yeah, and I do want to maintain like the user experience of using using storage in normal Linux distributions when you can click on the device in the file manager and use it.
Yeah.
Can we make a deal that it will not implicitly mount, that it will not mount anything, and at least until you do something?
Yeah, that's how file manager generally work.
Okay, because
you have a list
UDisks
of devices, and when you click on this device, then it will mount in.
Okay, because UDisks, at least in some cases, UDisks will mount the device with no user interaction at all, and that is just terrible.
I don't think that's been the implementation at all.
Yeah, but also we do have like we are talking about the user interaction.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, but going back to the encrypted devices
Yeah.
question, the way currently it would work based on this design, you would connect the whole device to the some cube, and when you click on it in a file manager, you will get a prompt or a password.
Okay.
Assuming file
Yes.
manager can handle that.
Yes. And is this bad?
I don't know. I think that's a reasonable thing to do. I've seen some more complex workflows, like having a device connected to one cube, then decrypted and resulting decrypted device connected to another. But it's, for most cases, I think it's an overkill. In some cases, it probably makes sense, but I'm not sure if that's common enough to have it in a graphical interface.
Yeah.
Insert wish for dmcrypt plus dmx with like a small amount of trusted storage on the TP.
Somebody also for this decryption, somebody did script that set up disposable VM for that.
Yeah, I mean,
I think that's overkill for the default, for the heavy buff.
yes, I think it would be nice, and I will try to make the new widget to be as modular as possible so that we could add more complex interactions if they prove to be needed. But yeah, I don't think that we have to, again, I would like the graphical user interface tools to cover like 90-80% of possible use cases. And of course, there will be always weird stuff that 5% of super technical users use, and is very simple, very obvious, just use those 7 VMs in a chain. But we do not have to support everything, just practical reasons.
Yeah. I have a proposal, not sure if it will be radical enough or not, but is there a reason to have by default other potential backends? So we have, for example, DOM0, where some basic stuff like a microphone is from, and then we have sysUSB. But we want by default to have any cube expose a backend. Is this such a general use case that justifies us having that?
So this is actually, we discussed when reviewing those designs. Can you go to the design without the names, the backend names? Yes, yeah. For this one. So the idea for this one, that's exactly exactly was my question. What to do if you have multiple VMs here? Yes. So the idea was to show only devices from standard backends, like DOM0, sysUSB, and if there is any other cube, then include it with the cube name as other or some custom devices.
Weird backend.
Weird backend.
Yeah, because I think this is a very good question. How often do we use the information about backend?
I have an issue like this, like 10 or 20 backends available with DOM0.
Oh.
AK bridge, VLAN, something like that.
Oh.
This is why I asked the other time how to export that properly to another computer. Because I have the stupid idea of using Qubes as a server.
Yeah. Okay, so there are edge cases in which we have a lot of backends.
Yeah, and also the case I was talking about decrypting in one cube and then connecting to another is exactly the case with different backend.
Yeah, I've done that as well, but I was just asking because like we should optimize for 90% of the cases.
Yes.
And if that's something more advanced, like I mean, I don't mind having my edge case.
Yeah, but if going with design like this, it would need to be filtered for default backend. So, so showing simply all the devices with backend information hidden and having them mixed up is a bad idea.
Yeah. Is that also related to this or a new question?
Related to this hiding of the backend. For example, in this pop-up mock-up, there are no indication at all.
Oh, right.
For example,
the
USB
you are
device
very
could
correct.
call itself microphone.
Right.
And attaching the microphone from the DOM0 is always safe. You might get audio somewhere where you didn't want to leak it, but it's always safe from a perspective, like you can attach it to your wall and record some private note or whatever. But for a USB device, you're actually exposing the VM you are attaching to a disk. So to some extent, it's probably should be visible.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's my thought too.
Oh, that's a very good.
But here, one mitigation is that, if I understand correctly, this suggestion, like attached to signal here, is configured per device type. So for microphone, you wouldn't have a suggestion for your both devices.
Yeah, but
that's
still,
a
this is a very
Yeah.
good point.
And also,
yes,
just
definitely.
also
Oh, more
attaching
stuff.
with Qubes Video Companion, attaching a video source is safe. It's not going to compromise.
Yeah, exactly.
It's not going to compromise
Exactly.
the destination cube.
This is something we also discussed, that connecting a camera, we should add like support for video companion.
What
there.
if we have on the screen, let's say, 2 Logitech mouse or 2 NitroKey UTF?
Oh,
Somehow we differentiate.
So for UTF, it's actually the easiest because U2F tokens and FIDO2 tokens have a cryptographic identity that we can
but
use
you
a
don't
hash,
display
but not
it here, so
Yeah.
how do you know which is which?
which we should display there.
Marta, can
Don't
you
USB
go?
devices have some serial numbers in general? Typically,
well,
I think
if
in
you have-
descriptors.
You don't want to expose that.
No,
He wrote this documentation of UEFI secure boot.
I'm sorry,
No,
I was
didn't.
not.
It's just an upstream implementation. I just wrote the documentation, but didn't design the UX.
I'm saying about documentation.
The problem
Yeah,
with
yeah,
device
that's
metadata is for a legitimate genuine device can have some metadata, have serial number if vendor have put anything like that.
Yes,
I've seen a lot of devices that has it just empty or zero.
And also,
Yeah, and then
But
that
you
can
can
be faked, but
that can
Yes.
be trivially faked. Yeah.
so, but my point is different. Like my point is,
Oh,
like,
sorry.
I have two
Sorry.
Kingston USB sticks, and how I know which
What?
is which?
this is actually this is something that somebody, and I'm not sure who, but somebody told me just in the break between this talk and this design session to put somewhere here the port number. Where is the device
Yes.
connected?
Yes, and how
Yes.
do I know which is the port number?
This is something that
for certified device.
for
devices,
certified device we can make a
have
picture.
hard-coded table
nice.
because the
Yes. Or like
port
even a
number
picture.
maps to a specific physical port.
Yes,
That's very cool.
Yeah.
Yes.
But we
That's improvement over.
yeah, but you know
And
we
for
can
a
do
not
that
cert-
for only like a limited number of machines because it's
Yes, but we can accept community contributions for others.
But also,
You can also mandate ACPI descriptions of the ports.
Wait, that's a thing?
Or
That's a thing? Wow.
That's very generic, compliant to specifications, and it works everywhere. At least if it's added, yeah.
Wait, wait. Is that a
and it's
thing?
extremely complex.
I think
Yeah.
you broke
I
Marek.
don't know if it's that.
For you, you're just saying about yourself. I guess we check like
What
this.
went wrong
Do
there,
not troll
Marek?
UX
we
talk.
can talk
And
about
also,
it later.
we need to have something that also works on other devices. This is the thing.
Yeah.
Like we cannot have.
Exactly, and I gave you a proposition of the solution.
Yeah, but so we
But
can
my
have
point is-
You may
we
or
can
may not
have port
consider it.
descriptions. We
Yeah,
can
yeah,
have
of course.
port descriptions somewhere.
Martha, my point is different because like if I have 2 Kingston devices,
Yeah.
I just like will take one off and I will see which one is off. Like if I have 2 with the same, I will take off and I still have Kingston.
Yeah,
USB.
and this
so
is-
I
yeah.
really don't know which
Yeah,
is which.
yeah, that's-
Yeah. So
So,
this is a
outside
very
that I
good
don't know
point.
if
Why
you're-
this is a bad idea.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, here's an idea.
And I had such a
Unless there is some additional information.
I have
Yeah.
a lot of USB sticks.
So, security idea I had from a security perspective. What if when the user plugs something in, you prompt the user to confirm what type you prompt the user to indicate what type of device they just plugged in, and if it doesn't match what the device claims to be,
No, because people do not understand what their devices are. Devices may say they are something and they may be legitimately something, like tablets, mouses, all sort of those devices are often very complex.
Your personal labels. You're
Yes,
something,
yeah.
then
I want
yes, but yes.
Yes, this is something that I want to do, your personal label.
So I wanted to propose. So you were concerned that user may not notice this warning message and ignore it. So if you put more text there.
Yeah, people will ignore it even more.
Marta, I think well,
Wait. There is like,
So
let's get all
I
comments.
was thinking, if you partition, so I think there was talking about this earlier, and I missed it. But is the idea to show the partitions or the device?
I think by default I would like to show the device,
Okay.
and offer maybe an advanced option for the partitions.
Okay. And I was thinking, if you partition something, you can also make a label on it, right?
Yeah.
So maybe first put it into the Qube system, and afterwards you can always use it with.
Oh, actually, if you have
yes.
multiple devices with the same brand or whatever, you do know in the widget you have duplicates. So you can, in that case, you can look for more properties like,
Yes.
oh, is the size the same, or maybe label the same, or maybe serial number if nothing has, or maybe only then add port number.
Maybe.
So you
Yeah.
know, make the
labels or the partition table or something.
Port numbers should always be there.
And you could add that to the device name.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. So extend the device name until it's unique.
Yeah, like
So,
at least on
wait,
labels of the partition
no.
at least
Okay,
in
sorry.
parentheses or something like that.
Yeah, this is actually a very good idea.
Partition is the problem is
It's
it
optional.
will change when you reformat the.
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
But it will be like.
Yeah, but for
drive
display
already.
display purposes.
Yeah. For user, this is
And
already
people
a different
use
drive.
the names of the partitions. This is
They
a.
do?
Yeah. Yes. Yes.
Okay.
Yes, they do.
But the problem
If
is
you
that
say so.
typically label is an optional thing and it may be left also empty. So
Yes.
For example, to detect on which USB I have which version of Qubes.
I have.
You have stickers.
Yeah, I have stickers.
So,
This is not scalable solution.
Okay, David.
so a few
So,
things.
what
One,
if
I
I
think
stick
the
on the
port
USB
information
port,
should
plug
always
it
be
to
there
USB, so
for
you know
USB
which
devices.
port
And
it
the
goes in.
reason is that it is the one piece of information that is guaranteed to not be spoofable. So the port information, it's the one piece of information that is always going to be there, and it is always going to be trusted.
This is my
Inside.
question to the technical people. Are port numbers always the same?
They should be the same. They aren't because of PCI device rerouting issues, but that's a
Oh, you
separate
mean before
bug.
restarts? Between restarts?
Yes. I have my system. I restart it. I take off. In some devices. Do the numbers of the ports stay the same?
We can make them stay the same. Currently, they.
The port numbers are inside the same USB controller. Are the
Yeah,
same,
but the order of controllers, if you have multiple of them,
yeah, the bus device function can be different. Exactly.
Yeah.
But, not
But
the
that
port
can be
number.
that's the issue that Diplo had with this restarting.
So-
and,
But that needs to
in
be
terms
fixed.
of-
anyway.
Yeah, that needs to be
and,
fixed.
and
It's
also
terrible.
then Linux
But yes,
can initialize them in different
Yes,
order.
and
that can also
and
be
it will appear
fixed
as a different bus
by
number.
serializing
Yes,
them.
but the port
USB
number
bus.
will be the same.
Yeah. Port
But-
number is the same, but the
Yes.
bus number on like the first
Yes.
foremost number.
In short,
will be different.
currently they don't, but we can fix that.
Thank you. This is the answer I understand.
Yes.
Yes.
And we should fix that because this causes other problems. The fact that it does.
Yeah, we had
Yes.
problems with it. Also, yeah, this is something that I would also like to fix. Just like in the meantime, to do something if your PCI device's numbering changes because suddenly nothing works and you just.
So the big advance. So go ahead.
Demi? Yeah, Diplo has a comment.
Yeah, no, just it's a very small thing here on like selecting the label that you were talking about. You already have it pre-filled with the device's name, but select it. So if you type something, it erases. Because, for example, if I have a USB stick that I call cat pictures,
Yes.
if it is cat pictures by default, I just confirm it. And I mean, I don't know if it serves as purpose, if it already has that name, but maybe I want to say cat pictures like something something.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have to think about this and maybe like give it to some people to test. So as always, I would be afraid that this is something that people may click confirm, something changes, and what happens now? Or like, oh, if you want to edit, I understand, edit the existing. Okay, yeah.
And maybe that way you could even like edit it in place. So you are like on the small thing and you can just click edit. And if you want to add to this, then there could be like some other window that would allow you to select the favorite cues or something.
Mm-hmm.
Can we put? can we have USB device? Can we have an indication of what the USB device claims to be? And furthermore, if we do that, can we somehow store that and use that when you attach it to keep the device from pulling a bait and switch? And
I also wanted to comment on this impersonation stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So the concern is that what USB device advertised may not actually be what it is in real, right?
Yeah.
So why not to try to stop listening to what the device has to say, but force the device to respond to our request. So if it says it is a mouse, try to talk to it like it was a keyboard and see if it likes it. If it doesn't like it, then
but it can fake it to trick you.
It can, but
you know,
if you can't communicate.
Her job, unfortunately, on reworking the policy prompts because they are terrible.
But this is mostly about this policy editor, like this global setting, because there you would not only configure whether to allow a mouse, but you could have a list.
Yeah,
exactly. This and that.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
It's same, with keyboard as well.
Yeah.
Because I don't actually remember which of those 3 prompts is the one that actually gets me to a functioning keyboard.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
And I would love to block those other prompts.
Yeah. Yeah. Also, this is. I think to block prompts would be nice.
No.
There is a ticket for that.
There is a ticket for that. There's always a ticket for that. That's a bit depressing sometimes.
There's no gaming involved. Just work.
Yeah, but this is actually a very good point about device impersonation. I want to. Oh, wait, I lost something.
That's good, UX.
Someone
Yes.
said that the video
That's
stream
pretty.
has stopped working.
Oh, that's very pretty. Yes.
Minimal, but
I would like to hike there.
Also, another thing is that none of this stuff about port numbers and such matters if this USB gets compromised. So we need to harden this USB.
Yes, I see things now. Okay.
Now, whether that now that I think, which is
Yeah,
important.
I think this is another. Yeah, I think this is another topic about impersonation. Yeah, what I like is to expose here a certain classes of devices. Those are the device classes that I figured out while making the mockup that also fit in a slide. But yes, I do want to expose this information a bit more. Like right now, we don't really expose it. It's just the name of the device and connect it to Qubes. So what I think that maybe putting this in the menu in the top, like exposing what the device advertises itself to be is a good idea. The
But
type.
by the way, on Matrix, somebody also mentioned that this reordering of PCI devices is something definitely solvable. And
Okay. So we need to fix reordering of PCI devices.
Yeah.
I do sincerely hope that there will be somebody smarter than me to work on it because it would take me a very long time to figure out what the hell is going on there. But yes. Yeah, I think that.
Piotrek will help you with that. He
Okay.
doesn't know it yet, but.
Delegation. Yes. Okay. So what I'm hearing is that the problem of device impersonation is like a big thing, and also of duplicate devices. And I think that duplicate devices is something even I encounter with all the USB sticks with no names on them. Okay, and a good idea to add port numbers maybe.
And if available, the port labels.
Okay, port labels.
You know, the top right port or something.
Yes, I mean that would be very, that would be very nice.
Maybe that will encourage some vendors to certify it.
Yeah,
I guess this could be. I guess maybe this is complete off topic, but certified device differentiation is something non-existent right now.
Well, you got a green check mark in the
Yeah. We could do better. But yeah, I do think
in
that.
4.2, which is not released yet.
Yes, yeah, but it's there's RC. Yeah, but I think this is something that Demi had a very good idea that for certified devices we could show, like we could show here a picture that shows like even a small graphic that shows its top right port, bottom left port, whatever.
And you can have nice graphics with a picture of the laptop and which
Yes.
devices it
Yes.
can wear.
Yes.
And we can allow community members
And
to
then you can drag and drop from there.
Yeah, and then you can drag and drop to other port, and then your device will magically unplug itself and plug itself to other port. Yes. We can write about that in a letter to Santa.
Having really nice USB hubs with RGB LEDs near to each port, and then you are able to, of course, control that port.
I want one.
Okay. And of course, then
Christmas.
Can we also change the room RGB to whatever cube we would
I would like to note that.
My keyboard. You probably seen that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Certified cube stick.
The same USB devices, like in this case, which
Yeah.
do same USB sticks. Could we not enable Qubes to run hardware emulation in such a way that it mounts the USB stick as a virtual drive that can be renamed?
I have no idea.
I'm not sure. I think I didn't understand what's the idea.
So that Qubes runs the drive as a virtual disk, that we can rename, so that next time when we plug it in, it can be named as we want it to be named. For example, Kingston and.
But
this is
we-
about these labels.
Yeah, but this is about the label, and the problem is we cannot really distinguish meaningfully two devices from each
Yeah,
other.
yeah.
If you don't, like, if you name a partition something, yes, but if you don't,
Okay, but when we emulate it,
renaming partition.
Yeah, but the question is how to distinguish if it's the same USB stick.
Yeah.
Because sure, if the vendor puts a serial number and the other USB stick has different serial number, then fine. But there are a lot of devices that have simply empty metadata.
yeah,
okay,
and
when we're emulating the device as a virtual disk, for example, as a virtual drive, then we can have completely different hardware.
Are you talking about USB gadgets?
I'm
That's
not
something that I was thinking
This
about,
sounds
no?
like that.
Yeah.
But this is completely not related
Yeah,
to
I
UX.
think it's not.
Yeah, I think because the thought it would be. I mean, it'd be nice if you could do the reverse. Like you could take a file or a block device and export it to use your computer as a USB stick that another computer can attach to.
I'm not making UX for that.
Well, I do
This
that in
is
Raspberry Pi,
already
but
done
I
by
don't think
USB
it's
gadgets
related
exactly,
here.
but this is not the topic of
Yeah.
Yes, and also
It's off topic. I mean.
yes,
Yeah.
and
I think
definitely.
it's possible with KVM when we attach a external SSD as a physical computer.
Oh.
I don't know.
I still not sure.
I
Oh,
I don't
I think
understand.
I know what. I think I finally understand what the question
It's
is.
exactly like exposing any storage
Yeah,
as
okay.
a given virtual disk. So you're saying like connecting one and then connecting different. It's exactly the same virtual disk. Am I correct?
I think the idea is that instead of just
But
pass.
I don't get how this connects with
No.
this feature because I don't get how this connects with the.
Because the problem is not about distinguishing inside the VM you connect to, but to the identifying when you connect the device from outside.
On the desktop,
Yeah,
it
like
displays
if you
as-
connect
Yeah.
storage, if you connect storage in cubes, you get dev x VDI all the
Yes.
time,
Yeah.
and that's it. You
Yeah,
know
and
what is
and
there.
if you buy, for example, a bucket of cheap USB sticks to put different Qubes versions on them, which is a scenario that does happen, then you may discover that, for example, all of them have empty vendor, empty model, empty serial number. It's just unknown. It's just a thing is. You handle it, user. And it's common enough to be a real problem, I think.
You know, with KVM QEMU, you can emulate the USB device in such a way that can for different hardware IDs, different
but the
serial
problem
numbers.
is-
But the problem is, it's still it's still completely indistinguishable which of those you actually put in.
Yeah, you can when you connect the device, if you'd like to, you could emulate, connect it and emulate as totally different device, whatever you choose. But the problem is to detect what the original device is, not how to present it to the user. If you identify what it is, then we have a lot of different methods how to show it to the user. But we need to first to identify what was.
And like the biggest problem in it is in my, of course, not a representative sample of USB sticks lying around in my apartment. A lot of them have completely empty metadata. Yeah.
Why are we not selling Qubes certified USB sticks with I don't know, verified encryption stuff on it, which makes sure there's only one of them?
Yeah, I guess like this is very good business idea for that guy.
I mean, you can buy things that claim to be secure USB sticks. The problem is,
you can buy a Nitro pad with Nitro key storage, right? Yeah, exactly.
I mean, the thing is, the good stuff exists, but people will also use the bad stuff. And especially, like, let me just say a sentence, but the thing is, like, I think that our goal in Qubes should not be, this only works if you use the good stuff. We also want to be reasonably secure against shitty USB sticks and terrible cameras and we also want to be able to see what's on the USB stick you picked up in the parking lot without crashing any nuclear power plants.
Yeah.
So getting back to the port numbering, I'm also thinking about if you have multi-endpoint device like phones or some cameras, sometimes are multi-endpoints. So how you expose that? Because if you don't have,
that's
then you
a very good question.
Yeah. So then you don't know that these two devices which show up in different groups are from the same device.
Yeah, this is the issue we currently have with storage devices, because they are, the USB device and the block device, etc.
Yeah.
So the idea with this redesign was to combine them in a single device.
But it's a good point that all others thought of stuff.
Devices,
but the port, if you see the port, you see that this coming from the same.
Yeah, and I think this is actually a very good idea. Yes, maybe Michael,
And just to follow that to its end, like, I think you could be having, like, maybe under other, or I don't know, you could be saying, like, this is the camera, and then you could be saying connect as storage device or connect as, like, because it's presenting itself in these different ways. Is that a solution?
No, that's a good question. I don't know. That's Zen question. Yeah.
Or are there use cases where you want to be connecting in multiple ways to the same device?
Can you connect separate endpoints of the one USB?
Just to get the terminology right, I think you are talking about different functions and not endpoints.
Okay, I'm sorry. Yeah. Maybe you're right.
Yeah, but currently I don't think you can connect a single function, only the whole device.
So that's the question for you.
So if
I'm not sure if that's actual technical limitation on Qubes side or on the.
So given function have like multiple endpoints, if I
There's also a problem where the specification, the PCI specification says, for example, that the function 0 of a given device must always exist. So if you touch function 0, but it has multiple
that's for
functions.
PCI, not USB.
USB, okay.
Also, it would be nice if Desharo had a way to switch that off so that it just didn't do that, and therefore always reflected the actual physical behavior of the underlying system. That'd be useful for anti-spoofing.
I'm not sure how that's related at all.
Not.
So, seeing that we have like a lot of edge cases that we have to think about.
Yes.
Have you considered an interface similar to maybe how jack or pipewire handles it? Some graphical canvas that the device is dropped into and every cube is dropped into and can somehow connect it.
Yes, I thought about devices, interfaces like that, and I came back to this, something that simulates the current widget to a large part because this is already what people are used to and I didn't want to make too big of a change. because Qubes has 10 years of history, so I'm afraid that like big changes may make a lot of current users unhappy because what is this?
No, but you could have a new
So like
interface.
two ways,
Yes.
two ways of interacting.
Yes.
Oh, I like it when you add more work to me.
Okay.
Just adding on to this, I mean, reflecting on the way that we conceptualize and communicate cubes and how the architecture of cubes, like in presentations. And I know that like in the community, someone did like a visualization of, you know, cubes networked or not. And, but like, I feel like for whatever reason, we're still not exploring that as an actual option to give to users of how to not only visualize but also actually implement the
Yes,
you know,
please.
you know, so it's very clear like, okay, these cubes are non-networked, you know, and they're connecting this way. I'd like to attach this this storage device to this cube now.
So Qubes Manager with visualization of how things are connected. Or
Yeah.
something like
Cubes
that.
Manager with
But
a
not
map
visualize,
view.
but
Yeah.
Yes,
interact with
please.
it.
Yes.
Yeah, the problem that I'm
Interact
seeing with it
Yeah.
is the amount of cubes, because this is very hard to do in a readable way if you have 100 cubes.
But you can do for a subset.
Yes, you can do for
And
a
you
subset.
can zoom in and out.
Yes,
And
but
you can filter out cubes that are currently not running.
That's not. That's really useful.
that's sometimes useful. For connecting devices, this is useful.
Yeah.
I was thinking about other thing that I was exploring was putting the devices menu in the domains widget. So like with the widget with cubes,
Oh.
if you're thinking of the other way around, like I want to attach something, like maybe to have it in two places, and of
So
course,
you select first the cube and then
Yes.
device.
Yes.
Yes, please. Yes, please.
So what if we do this from the menu? You also have an entry point there, but you don't have a
Devices.
choice of what cube you want to attach it to because you just have a button which says attach device, and then it shows this, but it doesn't, like, you already know which cube you want to attach it.
because
to.
you are
So
you
you
have
put-
selected
you-
one.
So you basically
Put the
just-
devices in the menu. Oh, this is, I think, a very good idea.
Yes, I
Yeah,
think
so
that's a much
from
better
a
way to do it.
From a menu, you basically open the left column of this view.
Yeah,
What-
exactly.
Interesting.
It's a way to
Interesting.
get, because you can't get to this without a mouse. Is that accurate? Otherwise?
As now,
You can
yes,
click on
yeah.
this, I think.
Yes.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
I think
With your touch screen.
General has like one sort of screen where you can like configure system, and on the other side you can like use the system. I was thinking maybe something similar might also be relevant, and then like, as was just proposed, it's a bit the same as the Jack interface.
Yeah.
Actually, I think this follows more or less the idea of the menu. So you have the app cubes, which is using, and then templates and system, which is more like managing states.
Yeah.
So if there is some sort of like distinction, have a primary view, which is, although I don't know exactly how it translates to this, but I think having a general approach to everything is nice.
Yeah. Yeah, I do think still that, like, at least right now, I still want to have the devices widget existing. Because it's like, you know, like the moment when we removed Qubes Manager for a second and all hell broke loose. It was just the start of my work on Qubes, and like I think the first thing I've got to do, my first job when working on Qubes was like, please restore some way of, some sort of Qubes Manager, because otherwise people will eat us alive. So I learned, don't remove things
What
completely.
should have done is the manager should have been minimized and on the top left, and then you replace it with the menu.
Yes, you know, boil the frog very slowly so that people don't realize. Yes. Yeah, but I do think that it's very smart what you are all saying, that perhaps this is a wrong approach. What we need to think is, yes.
I would say I don't think that's a wrong approach. I think also this is a user flow that's pretty familiar
Yes.
for users in other operating systems. I think rather we're thinking of something that is maybe
Cube
complementary and cube specific, but like it's potentially also adding additional functionality or benefit and obviously
Yeah.
this is
Yeah,
gonna
and
be very helpful.
you know, seeing in the menu, for example, that you have a device connected to a cube is, I think, maybe a valuable information, because when you are opening something, it's like, oh, I already have the microphone here. Yes, I don't
have
like
an
this.
idea. You will hate
No.
me, and then I will hate myself. Right-click on the window title bar of a cube to attach a device to this cube. So
Discoverability sounds terrible,
or
but
something, but
yeah.
connected with the window of a cube.
Huh.
Yeah.
This is a bit of a drag and drop idea that was
A bit, but
surfaced.
you know, this is you already interact with this cube. So
Yeah,
Speaking
what
of
if
drag
you
and
click
drop,
it-
it'd be nice if cross-VM drag and dropped
I
worked
would-
to a limited degree.
Instead of the dragging and dropping, I would propose clicking a sort of button which would show your cubes on the screen, but instead of the cubes themselves, you see the colors and the name, and you click the one that you want to attach it to, or escape to, like, you know.
Oh.
It like zones out the content of the windows
that
or something.
would be
Exactly.
It highlights the
Actually,
name of it.
super helpful for touch screen.
Exactly.
Yes.
And I was thinking
How
of
many
this.
people use cubes with a touch screen?
You can ask people.
Okay.
I was actually
One person uses cubes with a touch screen.
Actually, the original idea for which I got this like replace with colors kind of thing was for drag and drop safely, because if you are like trying to copy to another cube, maybe another cube could have shown up there, and then you would drop on the wrong one.
Yeah.
So,
This is, by the way, why my Wayland agent disables deliberately breaks drag and drop on. It breaks drag and drop on purpose because with the X11 backend, it cannot be done correctly.
but then after it gets removed.
But once
But
the
drag and drop is also nice.
yes.
Yeah.
So from the UX point of view, I would say that it's also nice.
Within the VM, it works.
Okay.
Well, only sort of works. There's a bug.
Use it yesterday.
Yeah, I've also used, but
It
like
sort
You
of
need the
works.
position windows right.
and
Exactly.
we hope that they didn't get out of order.
Yeah.
But
Exactly, which is why the proper way to do it is to have drag and drop handled in DOM0 or sysGUI.
Yeah.
Which you can do safely by having DOM0/sysGUI only indicate I want to drop X. It doesn't have to see any of the actual data.
Okay, but this is off topic.
Yes, it is.
Sorry.
Demi, you are our generator of off-topic tangents. All right, yes. So yeah, I think this is a good idea to make the I guess that in order to avoid changing too much, what could work would be to attach to a current cube and like have a separate option right now, not to change the flow too much, perhaps. Or I think this was what you were saying. This sounds like a perfect thing for the notification window, like to have there a button attached to one of the visible cubes and go into that mode. Yep.
Sorry, so just completing this, or at least one aspect of this thought. So attached to other cubes should maybe be attached to running cube, right? There's a list of running cubes, and
Right.
then maybe there's a button for or maybe it's just going into device settings for attaching to something that's not running, and that's
You cannot
also
do that.
that's not
You cannot do that
Yeah.
in practice,
It
in
needs to be
case
running
of
to,
USB.
accept the device.
Okay, then yeah. So there you
So
go.
is it this attached to another cube? Because right now it's very annoying in 4.1. Like when I'm trying to switch the USB and connect to other device, because I get error because I have to first remove and then connect.
Yeah, and this is a bug that are you the person who reported a bug on that? Because there is a bug on that, and
Okay.
it's in my big collection of bugs that should be fixed around it.
And
So
that's
yes.
fine. It's not.
No, I
You're
agree
saying
that it's
a
annoying.
collection of bugs is something wrong. It's not exactly wrong. But the
No,
question
no.
is if that is a 4.2 fixed or is it's just planned.
I don't think
No,
so.
no, this is planned.
But you essentially what you're showing here as this option in UI is exactly what we're saying. Like exactly, it will remove the device from
Yes.
origin and connect to other.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, that's the plan. And that's why I want to explicitly describe it, because currently it's not obvious this is what will happen if you click on another cube.
So I promise this is on topic. Can we have can we have a start cube and attach device option that starts the cube and then attaches the device to it?
Oh,
Like if you
interesting.
understand
that was,
VM copy,
Yeah.
starts.
Yeah, that's interesting question.
This is something that I think could be nice to have to have an option, start Cube and attach this device, or if possible, attach this
Especially
device.
for the favorites one.
Yeah, especially for the favorites.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
that's
also,
true.
or
For
better
recently
yet-
used, even.
Better yet,
Yeah.
attach device, then start Cube, because some devices need to be attached at boot, but if you make the device attachment persistent, then you can't start the Cube without the device.
Oh, that's actually a separate topic.
I would.
If we can fit it in this discussion about persistent attachment.
Oh, yes.
But in a moment, I guess.
Yes.
Yeah.
Why are you crying, Marta?
Because persistent is terrible. This is another collection of bugs that I have.
Yeah.
I would actually, like, on this point, I would say that we don't need to consider so much the edge case of starting, because nobody thinks, like,
You're right.
I plug in a USB stick and then the computer boots. It's generally the other way around. I have something running and I attach it to.
Yeah.
And even though
Yes.
it's super convenient for, like, QVM copy, like I'm copying the file to another and I just choose which one you want, I think with the devices, I think people normally do the other way around.
Okay. So scratch that.
No worries, just
Yeah, I'm going to just put in the nice to have, because this is nice to have, but this is perhaps, yes, you're right that this is edge case, and this is why I'm not only talking about this with people here.
Yeah.
Because we are not a representative group of users.
We are just like making suggestion to bigger vision.
Yeah, and this is very good, but also this is what I'm saying. This cannot be the only kind of feedback that we base interface on, because we are a bunch of nerds.
But users have a very small vision, and so if you put too much information, they'll only see
Yes.
the very
Yeah, this is the thing. This is why we should not. Why a lot of text will not be read.
Yeah.
Yes.
So I also wanted to touch upon the idea of like notification fatigue. And so,
Mhm.
for example, you showed
Yes.
notification for attaching something.
Yes.
I would suggest that this notification of attaching something should only come from sysusb and not any other cube in
Mhm.
general.
Yes.
Because if otherwise, you can get any other cube constantly prompting you, hey, this device, this device, this device, and then the user just wants to close it, and
You're
then
right.
they accidentally attach it to something else, and then
Mhm.
they
And
deletes it.
generally,
That's a good
this is
idea,
a problem that we have of too many notifications, because in my experience, often I get more than one notification. I have no idea what's going on, and also this is something that I would like to fix. Sometimes I have as a connected, disconnected, connected, disconnected. On attaching, you sometimes get more than one notification.
Yeah.
What's very funny is to attach a backup of a Cube system, and then you get all the LVM devices listed as notifications
Oh, no.
or newly available.
Oh yeah, and yeah, I think this is a very good point to only show notifications from sysusb.
Have you tried running unit test in CoreAdmin? It also tests storage
Yes.
and create and remove a
Yes.
bunch of device mappers. You get basically screen filled with the notifications.
Yes, you do.
That reminds me, we ought to have
And
a
then
way.
you panic if you are me.
That reminds me that there should be a way to rate limit the various notifications. That includes devices, but also includes stuff like that includes devices. It also includes stuff like QR exec failed.
Yeah.
Because right now it's practically a denial of service, and you have to pause the VM.
Yes.
Yeah.
And just following that, I get very similar with you to like with the Fido key or whatever. When a browser is seeking the key and it's waiting for it, it's like boom, 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 boom. Like it's like literally half the screen of just constant notifications checking for when you plug in the device.
Yeah, I guess Piotr could tell something about that, because the protocol there is stupid.
Okay.
The protocol basically is that the browser is supposed to check a few times a second.
Yeah.
The device is connected, is connected, is connected.
Yeah, I know,
And
but
then
this is
if-
still.
If the user already pressed the button.
Yeah, but maybe
already,
we can manage. I mean, because we're doing the
Yeah, but we still should manage it.
proxies,
Yeah, yeah,
so I
yeah.
imagine
Yeah.
that can be improved.
Yeah, don't show a new notification if the old one is already visible.
Something.
Or
And
if
yeah,
it's not in the
and
browser.
again, yes, I agree that this is something that probably in the perfect world would be fixed by the notification daemon itself, but it's not, so we have to fix it.
Oh, notification daemon provides an API for that to replace existing notification.
Yes, it does. That's true. That's
but
true.
We need to.
So we need to use it.
Yeah.
Yes, so we need to use it. Yes.
But that's orthogonal to the devices.
That's true. That's true, but it is.
Yeah, that's a valid point. Yeah.
Yeah.
Also, another idea that I think I mentioned the other day to you both was like basically having a separate icon for camera and microphone, because it's such a commonplace action that having it like as a microphone up there or like camera.
I think Diplo means they separate.
I understand. To just expose it as a separate tray icon.
Yes.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
It's not included in the current icon, so users are not going to be explicitly aware that that's where
Yeah.
to find
Well,
it.
that's another
that's a
thing.
good
The current
point.
icon, I have no idea why this is.
Also,
I can tell you why, because it is an icon that's called devices in the one of the GTK collections of icons.
Oh,
and,
right.
And
Obviously.
just to complement this idea, like if we separate the flow for microphone and camera into a separate icon, later down the line we could talk about something like if a browser requests within a cube access to something, you could make that little icon kind of flash, and when you open it, oh, something is requesting. Not so much as a notification like, hey, immediately attach, because a cube could maliciously request that.
Yeah.
But if you have something there notifying, then the user can go there and like, okay, yeah, sure.
Never allow.
Interesting.
Yeah, or never allow from
Yeah.
this cube or something like that. So it separates the flow, because I think people don't think about the webcam and microphone as devices.
Yeah.
And especially the microphone.
That's a
it
very
isn't really
good point.
a device, it's just something. You know?
Yeah,
that's a
that's
good
true.
idea.
That's true. That's
That's
true.
a good
And
idea.
yeah.
And how do they
Especially
both-
nowadays when you do have a separate icons for microphone, camera in many operating systems. I'm pretty sure Windows does
If
it.
you do recording in a VM, in 4.2, the volume widget gets a red microphone icon if recording is active. That's just notification for recording.
Okay.
And it doesn't do anything, but you have visual notification about that.
Yeah.
So if we are in the topic of microphones and cameras, and Marta also talked that typically those devices are kind of connected.
Yes.
We typically, for video conference or stuff like
Yeah.
that, we want to pass them through to a single VM. So did we consider like multiple audio outputs in Qubes and consider some of them trusted or some of them untrusted and
Like
those
outputs. Oh.
Yeah. Because we may have like the internal speakers in laptops, we may have the audio jack, so another built-in audio channel, or we have like the audio output on the graphics card, whether it is internal or an external graphics card on desktops, those all have their own audio channels. So
That's true. I think that currently we just put everything in the one place with the.
yes, and it is possible to control it via DOM0, like press the speaker tray icon right there and select the output. But what if we like to have the output from a single like cube to a trusted audio output? For example, for some no, I don't know how to say it, like confidential conferencing or stuff like that, and you don't want to get the audio passed through some untrusted device like some DGPU running some host or stuff. Or
I think this is an interesting topic. It's a bit bigger, I think, from what I understand from how audio works, which is not very good, but I've heard something. But yeah, I think this is an interesting idea to have a more separation of the audio output streams. Yeah, because right now it's just mix everything together.
Yes, I also don't know if this is possible, like to
I don't know.
send the audio to multiple channels at once, like from different sources.
Yeah. Huh. That's an interesting. I'd have to explore it. I have no idea, to be honest. But it's interesting.
Yeah,
Yes, but
like hearing the Diplo and your presentation like made me start to think whether it is like even desirable to have such division, because like Diplo needs some kind of trusted enclave for his video edition. So maybe there should be a trusted enclave for conferencing, which has also every possible channel separated, whether it is audio input and output as well as the video. So actually that's like
I think
sparkled in my
that
mind.
would have to be explored how it actually, or if it's possible or not. I have to say I have no idea. That sounds like a complex thing.
I'm sorry, I have no idea.
Yeah, audio hard.
Audio output.
Oh, no.
Multiple outputs, so you can like isolate the output.
No. Okay.
And have trusted audio channels.
So you broke Marek apparently.
You have on your list already.
I have on my list?
A
Okay.
lot of audio, right?
Yes, I have on my list
Oh,
Bluetooth
Bluetooth
audio that
audio,
has
another
problems.
thing.
Yes.
It's horrible.
Yes, it's horrible.
Everything is horrible.
I'm just thinking about some physical wired stuff for now.
But it
And
would
then
also be
the
nice if
wireless,
Bluetooth
Yeah,
audio
but-
worked.
And also some people use USB microphones.
Yes,
Which
they
is
do.
also a problem.
They actually do.
Yes.
Yeah, I use.
But I was talking about outputs purely because you already handle microphones to some extent, but outputs are.
To some degree, you can do that using multi-audio controls. Because you see different VMs and as different applications in Udon Zero, so you can attach them to different devices.
Yeah, audio mixer. So you just need
It
but
is
the
there.
UI for
If you click
Yes,
on
the speaker.
Yes,
you
it's-
have the mixer.
yes,
and you
kind
can
of.
do that there.
But it's kind of.
Okay, this is
Yeah.
I just wanted to say that it's not in two places.
To the topic.
Okay.
Doesn't Qubes OS move from pulse audio to pipe wire? So
Yeah, but it doesn't really change anything because the API is compatible. Even the same mixer application works.
but couldn't like the pipe wire be leveraged to handle the cases described by Michik? For example, treating each I know it's wild and probably complex and will take time, but so the DOM Zero could handle each cube as a source, for example.
Yeah, it's already the case. It's already the case.
Oh,
You
okay.
can do that. Yeah.
okay. All right. So. I think we have a lot of very interesting conclusions on one, exposing things like port numbers and especially exposing port numbers for certified hardware with a pretty picture, which would be great. On the fact that we do need backend VMs and we probably need to hide the devices that come from non-selected backend VMs a bit more. I think that this is another thing that we can put in the global settings. Like, of course, by default, this is USB and DOM zeros should be those, like for the microphone, those trusted backends. And then the user, if they add more sys USBs, they can add it there. And other devices should have somewhat limited powers, like limited power to spam you with notifications and limited power to spam everything. And also to add a complementary devices section to the menu so that you can connect stuff to a running cube. Yes?
Something discussed also on some of the calls, I think, to mark recently connected devices.
Yes, this is also...
But you have it in somewhere.
Yeah, I do have some of this. This is also an idea to just mark that a device was recently connected. That is, for example, since the widget was last open and in the last 10 minutes. To have just like a new, hi, I'm new. So that could also aid in distinguishing what is if I have a seven USB sticks with the same name. Because this is terrible. So, because we are slowly going to a close, I would like to ask if there are any other comments, questions, opinions, critiques. Yes?
I have a small nitpick.
Please do.
I would think about the name media devices because for me, media, I first think about something like photos or video stored devices
Okay.
on a memory card. So I'm not sure. But I don't have a good short name for it.
Audio video devices, yes. Yeah, I think audio video, maybe I was trying to be too
Probably
cute.
spelled as the full name and not AV.
No, not AV, no.
But maybe that's also the opportunity to just already be implementing Diplo's idea of having the separate
Yes.
substrate icon.
Yeah, and I think this is actually a good point. Those devices are weird, so putting them out sounds like a very good idea. Yes?
This is not so much, it's more of a question. If you attach a storage device, is it separate? For example, as I understand it, if you attach like the full USB thing, it can immediately do bad stuff if there are issues with the USB stack or anything. But if you attach a storage device, can it, what is the attack surface there? Is it reduced?
Depends on whether you mount it or not is the biggest thing.
Yes, mostly, but if you are very unlucky, just scanning partition table can be harmful. those bugs are rare, but did happen.
Because I'm thinking here of an opportunity. It's not so much
Mhm.
UX-wise, so sorry for
Oh,
hijacking
it's okay.
this
It's
discussion.
okay. We can talk.
But I think if there is a chance for something of that happening, if the device could be somehow mounted somewhere, like transparently, and then the user only attaches, like only sees a data, a purely storage device.
Yeah, this is the point of opening indisposable VM.
Yeah,
you
exactly.
open indisposable VM and
Yeah,
then
then you
copy
copy.
selected files.
Yeah, okay, yeah, that's a way better. That's a way better approach. Okay.
Yeah, I think that's because we should. I think this is why I would like to expose the open indisposable VM option, because this is something that always was possible in Qubes. But this is actually a very reasonable use case that required a bunch of steps. And nobody likes steps, especially with disposable VMs having a lifespan limited by the window that was opened.
Yeah, the previous approach was opening disposable VM with a file manager from the menu and then attaching devices.
Yeah, which is two steps.
Yeah, exactly.
Terrible. And in
Yeah,
different
two
places. Terrible.
Yeah.
Create a new template that's not networked. Then
Yes.
create
Yeah.
then click
Yeah.
on the thing. Then.
Yes.
In my, I think I asked this question because in the tutorial I was recording like how to actually open files safely, and the first thing that I did is like I attached the USB stick to work, and then I like converted the PDFs to like a trusted version. Then at the end I was like, okay, so if you do this, you should also assume that the USB stick isn't compromised or anything. Right, so I'll probably
You have not
to
found
re-record
it.
that.
Yeah, you have not found it on a parking
The
lot.
discussion is so much easier if you just open indisposable
Yeah.
Cube and then copy that.
Yeah.
Yes.
And if you have a button for that, it's not going to be the
Exactly.
problem of, oh, I opened a new disposable cube, but now it's closed because I opened it in a terminal and then I
We
closed
could
it.
have a metric. You
Yeah.
do the things and then I make a tutorial, and how big the tutorial is how
This is like code coverage, but tutorial coverage, and in reverse. The shorter it is, the better.
If there is no tutorial, it's even better.
Yes.
Maybe we need a PDF converter that takes input from one VM and write to another.
Exactly, and do the same for images.
Yes.
Yep. That would be pretty nice. And when you drag and drop, like you have a policy which is like, if you this is your vault. If you drag and drop it to the vault, it does the safe conversion. Anyways,
Yes,
crazy.
yes, that sounds like absolute nightmare to
Yeah,
configure.
Sorry.
Yeah?
I think a copy as trusted PDF would be actually like a really good idea in a lot of cases.
Yeah, it is a good idea.
Yeah, it is a good idea, and yes, I think we can. We should open a ticket for that.
But we need to use a different RPC service name so that users know.
Yes.
Yeah, but I would put that in the implementation details. But yes, that's true, and Qubes RPC policy names are important to be not confusing. That's completely true, but yes. All right. Any more? You're changing the topic. Any more comments, suggestions, critiques, complete disappointments, anger, annoyance, other emotions?
Could there be a way to persistently hide block devices exposed by DOM0? Because on my system there is a bunch of them. I never want to attach them to anything, and if I accidentally did attach them to something, it would be bad.
Like my hard drive. I don't need to attach that to something else.
Yeah, but
Why is it in the widget?
why there?
Um,
You have some unused partitions or something?
I have some unused partitions that I sometimes.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
so,
mean,
yeah,
if we were banning the microphone and camera to a separate widget, I think we
Yeah,
could
like
also ban everything that's in DOM0.
Yeah, but
unless there is
generally,
SSUSB.
I think a good feature would be hide some devices. And
Yes.
You can select like if you know you have some device you are never using for anything, just hide it in
Yeah.
the settings.
Can it be can it be persistent?
But definitely for
Yeah.
devices in
Yeah.
which we have anything to say about it, yes.
Yeah.
This is
Least
not for
favorite devices.
Least hated devices.
So this is an idea that's slightly tangent to this, but already thinking about it could be helpful.
Mhm.
So like I'm struggling with like how do we make backups easier. Right now I
Yeah.
have configured so I just click. I have to go to cease USB or like open indisposable and then like open the storage device in a cube and then I just open the cube's backups, next, and it's doing its thing. But if we have
I
like
have a
the
script with very long command.
Yeah, this
they
is
would be,
this is a bad sign. Like when normal users have a script with a very long comment or like the magical line in Bash history,
I also
bad sign.
I also have a script.
It works.
I also have a script open, but it's written in plain English. but thinking about this, like I think the best backup approach that I've seen is like on Apple devices where they have Time Machine and where you just plug in the USB storage. It's fully taken, like you can't do anything else for it. It's only for backups, it does snapshotting and everything. But if somehow the future of backups could be a device that's fully dedicated for Qubes backups and the user doesn't have to interact with it, the only thing that they would do is plug in, then there would be an option, and then you would click. So it recognized that this is the regular backup drive, and you would click backup. And then it would...
And those who do over any network file system kind of don't have this cool stuff.
Yeah, exactly, but that's I think it's over for a different use case.
But I do think, what I think we should do is next year on Qubes Summit we should do a backup design session.
Yes.
Because I think this is another big thing that we should work on. And on my very long list it is there.
Yeah, for example, I back up some of the systems to some cloud service, so that doesn't work with locally connected.
Yeah, no, exactly.
Yeah, I
It's
mean this is
another
one
use
of the
case.
options. We don't want to have just one option. Let's not be Apple, one way, and this is the only thing you can do. And well, this is not the philosophy behind Qubes or basically any Linux system, except GNOME.
But we can sell special disks for Qubes backup that are automatically detected as a backup destination.
Oh yes.
Another product idea.
Another great product idea. Yes, yes.
The question is if the market is big enough.
Yeah, exactly.
It could be what do you call it, like a USB condom that would authorize, so you would put it and then connect it to your disk, and then you could like tape it or whatever if you didn't know, or glue it together.
I tell you, that's
and when you attach it, it authenticates, and then
because
it does the backup there.
They doing
Have you seen this
stuff.
With
USB
silver
cross,
tape.
thing somebody did?
You mean buskill or something?
No, there's.
Okay, but I think this is a chat that we can save for the after party.
So
Yes.
One more thing. Like, did you look at the automation, like a salt automation, as an input for potential what user needs? So, for example, SALT people doing in SALT like this VPN configuration. Yeah. So I guess that means that it takes time. It's complex. So if someone automates something, that means that there is purpose for that, and maybe there should be UI for that in the Qubes.
We need App Store for salt formulas.
Yeah.
Maybe, yes, maybe something like that, yeah. I mean, with devices, the problem is generally trusting that the device is actually what it is and so on and so on, so not for devices. But I think the general idea of going from copying and pasting from Qubes forum to an actual, App Store for salt formulas would be a very good idea. I mean, because currently I think what happens is copying and pasting from Qubes forum.
We intentionally make pasting to DOM0 harder.
Yes, I know, and I hate it.
Anything.
It doesn't change anything because people will still paste into DOM0. Yes. Like, I also have this very long line that I used to paste to the DOM0.
Yeah, it's issue 1939 creates and design a salt formula distribution method.
When it
we
will talk about that tomorrow, I guess.
Yes.
I don't know if
1939 long time ago.
But did it get renamed?
No milestone, but it's
major.
major.
But when?
No.
Oh, 2016.
There we go.
Yeah, this is very old stuff. This is very old stuff, and it's so long that it's.
Yeah.
I
yeah.
I have a question. Have you thought to have the possibility to do like Windows, having a main container on which you can add every graphic tools, like adding the queue manager, then adding, for example, the storage device into another. You see what?
No, I don't think I. Could you speak a bit louder because it's.
one window container having all the GUI tools.
Yes.
It is there.
Kind of.
If you open Settings Manager, then you have all the tools.
If you find the Settings Manager in XFCE, you have all the tools there. Yes.
Yes, it's sorted lexicographically, so it's on
at the end. Yes. So
yeah.
the answer is yes. I would like to make it better than this solution, and that's why I'm trying to make the current tools more unified. So this would be possible. Yes, that would be nice.
And also in the new menu we have separate.
Yes,
menu
and
for
in the new
users.
menu we have a separate section, but Marek, this is actually something that even like I have encountered this recently, because when you want to try a bunch of settings to do something, you want to have them all. Don't want to click through in the menu again and again and again.
We did the Settings Manager open.
Yes,
and
but it's
when,
not exposed.
When
like
we
it's
finally
hidden.
found it, it worked.
Yes, but if you add, when we finally found it, to the main person that does the UX and the system maintainer, and it took us like 20 minutes to find it, it's not good UX.
The previous menu, it was at the top. Like it was exposed.
Some of those were at the top.
No, the Settings Manager was at the top.
Okay. We can expose it again.
Yes, yes.
File an issue.
Yes.
Yes, yeah, but the answer is yes. It would be nice to do it. Yeah, I think we run out of time. I think it was we planned to.
10 minutes more.
Oh, 10 minutes. Sorry, I thought we were to 5:30. So. Okay. Any questions, comments, ideas? Maybe we run out of discussion.
Okay.
Yeah.
So.
Oh, you have, right.
No, not a question, but I just want to say this is freaking amazing, and congrats to all the work.
Thank you. I mean, I do think we are getting really better with UX. I actually, like very recently, I set up an account on Blue Sky, and the very first thing I've seen on Blue Sky was people being excited about the new GUI tools in Qubes 4.2. So that made my evening, absolutely. But also, I think it's getting better, and yeah, there is hope to make Qubes into a usable system.
Reasonably usable system.
Exactly, reasonably usable system. We will never be as simple to use as iPhone or something like that, because it's a different goal.
Target market.
There's also different goal. Like security of this compartmentalization requires you to think a bit about what you're doing, and we cannot just like ignore the thinking part. This is part of the idea behind Qubes, that we have to think about what we are doing, but it could be easier. Not very long lines in Bash history.
But it works.
Yeah, works for me.
Yes.
I know. I remember, I don't know if you or somebody else had this t-shirt that was like, works for me.
That's one of the big motivations behind flat taxes, so that if it works for the developer, it works for the user.
Yes, because we don't want people to be like, oh, it doesn't work. Works for me. I don't care. So that's a bad approach, yes. So I think it's getting better, and it will keep getting better.
I'm amazed that you're able to think about this kind of stuff, whereas to me, this, like, I would never be able to come up with a good UI for anything. I would have...
Qubes OS team is very lucky to have Marta.
So you see, this is just very simple. Do a degree in psychology, and then it's easier. You know, just 5 years.
Because we have enough time between our hacking sessions.
Yeah, I mean, psychology at the University of Warsaw is not a very difficult degree. I can recommend it as a spare degree if you really want to do something. It was fun.
We are finishing new building.
Oh, no more the old Gestapo building?
Exactly.
Nice. No more dungeons?
Wait,
strange.
what? They used a former Gestapo building?
Well, yeah, that's sometimes what happens in places like Warsaw. Anyway, this is very much off topic. Let's get this to the after party.
Question
Oh, right.
YouTube chat. Will there be a way to put cubes in the app menu, in submenu, to have a more organized app menu?
This is something that people... I do think we need more filtering and sorting in the menu. So I think my answer is a qualified yes. What I'd like to do is employ tags in a better way. Maybe have like foldable tags that show like cubes with that tag or something like that. So yes, the actual answer is yes, maybe not just like directly submenus, maybe something a bit more fluid, but yes.
Okay, thank you.
And
And
yes.
expose favorites more.
Yes, and fix favorites.
Please.
Yes, I know. It's just one of me. I will fix the favorites, just step by step. But yes, after that, after the devices work, I want to do another design iteration on the menu and make it more pleasant, so that for 4.3 is going to be even nicer and even more fun.
Okay.
NVM settings and sorry.
Yes. Okay, and the next thing on my to-do list is to clone myself, so that two people do that.
QVM clone.
Only you could fork.
Also, not a very effective process.
Better make a tutorial on how to make UX stuff for
Yes, and I also would like to make UX guidelines for cubes. This is also another thing that would be nice to have. But
Okay, so thank you for design session.
thank you. Thank you. Thank you all for
Okay. So thank you very much for attending day one. I'm very happy that there is already some crowd here. Thanks for all the talks, for all the speakers. Also, I would like to thank our sponsors one more time: Freedom of Press Foundation, Malvat VPN, Nova Custom, and NitroKey. Round of applause for them. Yeah, thanks for all speakers. And what is most important, of course, is that we have after party at 7:30 p.m. I guess the place is open until midnight, but we can continue party in other places if we will be in the mood. So that's the address. You can go to cfp3m.com, and there are links there to Qubes OS Summit. And then you can go in the agenda. I will show you this quickly. So essentially we'll see the agenda and you're going here, clicking the after party, and you have all the details if someone wants to use Google Maps. I don't know if OpenStreetMap works with navigation, but I just pasted the link and the website of the place. So we have some time to refresh ourselves, and let's get back and have some beverage of choice.
This block is just next to the exit of U8, and U8 is also here, so.
Yeah.
Or I guess 30 minutes walk from here, if someone prefers. Yeah.
Also, yes.
Okay, so thank you very much, and we see each other tomorrow, 10 a.m. Yeah? Yeah.